Okay. All right, well, we think we're good. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 13th, 2026 regular meeting of the Township of Montclair Planning Board in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 72 of New Jersey's Public Laws of 2025, and amendments to Section 12 of the Municipal Land Use Law. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building, on the Township of Montclair's official internet website, and on the statewide legal notices listing of the New Jersey Department of State. This meeting is being broadcast live on channel 34 and is streaming live and will be available on demand on YouTube. This meeting is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that the board has powers and procedures resembling a court of law, and we are obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from them in order to provide the basis of an official action. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues of what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and the decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. I think there's only one fire exit here, and that is back over that way, which is kind of on my right and really where everybody would have entered this room. And first up is roll call.
Present.
Yeah. Here. I'm here. And welcome to our newest member, Siobhan Gaines. Welcome to the planning board. Welcome to your first meeting. Next up, we have swearing in of board professionals. It's all done. All right, and next up we have minutes of meetings from March 9th and the 23rd.
Are we doing both together, Chair?
Let's see if we have discussion, because I think there was going to be more discussion on March 9th.
Yes.
And so let's take March 9th first.
Right.
I don't know.
Move them.
You want to move them? Does anybody need a chance for discussion?
I did want to bring, just ask one question. The addition notes on page 4. Let me just make sure I have this right here. I believe there was a discussion that there had been a vote by the council that memorialized that property in the N2 zone. Is that accurate, Janice? Do you recall? It's not the proper word, but there was a vote, if I'm not mistaken, at some point that recognized that property being in the N2. NC, sorry, yes.
No.
That's what I meant. But that zoning map showed it in the NC zone? Okay, I don't think that's noted in here. And I think that should be noted that there had been a vote that had recognized that property in the NC.
The vote had recognized the map, where the original district border would have been drawn, it would have had to have been specified with map.
Sure, but one of the reasons for my vote was in part, and that was one part, was because there had been a vote. There had been that map had been recognized as that property being contained in the NC zone. So I'd like that noted in the minutes.
Have suggested language you'd like in there?
Mark, what are we paying? But I think both had been, there had been a vote that had, I think both were the same, if I'm not mistaken, Tony, the PDF map and the one in the record. Yeah.
I don't know if it's made. The PDF version has specific things. I'd like to have nothing more. It's online, it's not fixed. So I think that reference, if we're looking to pilot that, something has to be, if we can get.
But I thought the township council adopted the online map as the official zoning. Right, so I think the online, I remember this process occurring several years ago and moving towards the online, and that was my recollection.
Okay, so the online changes. What does that mean?
That's the, by council ordinance. Unless we change the color of a boundary to make it clear. We have a comment that we don't change the district designation.
That spells out the lot and block.
It doesn't, no, if you do that. That's spell out block and block, which is another zoning. Actually, not.
So I don't recall who pointed it out. Janice, I don't know if you pointed that out to us. I don't know if we need to specify who did, but I think we should say that the board discussed a vote by council.
I think we can say the board noted that the zoning map was adopted by the council.
Precisely what I was going to say. Thank you.
It shows the property in the NC zone.
Yes, I think that's effective. Thank you.
Do we know when it was adopted, or what's it considered about?
It's
Well,
in
that's
the
important.
board. It states the date.
But it's being investigated, it's being examined now. Well, the map does. The board of adjustment. Ordinance is define, the ordinance is define different than saying this map is.
And that does. You adopt an often than that.
I guess for person this, so you have.
I'm
your addition.
fine with Janice's addition.
Mayor.
We're getting some text that it's hard for them to hear plan tally of the.
Oh, okay.
So the sound is horrible, and I asked them to move in, they can't hear her.
You want to sit next to me, Janice?
Yeah.
Mayor, maybe I could scooch closer to you a little bit.
Sure. This
Yeah.
one says no one can hear.
Yeah, the challenge, apologies to those at home. We only have one microphone and it's at the very front of the table. So it's,
You want to sit here so the camera can see?
we're clearly not in our normal spot.
I have to.
So Janice, you want to just repeat that language?
Sorry.
Okay, I got you.
We're good.
But thank you for reaching out for those of you at home.
Yeah.
We'll amend the minutes to say that the board noted that the zoning map that was adopted by the council indicated that the property was located in the NC zone.
Yes.
All right.
Do you have other things you want to discuss, Mr. Ian Wally?
Well, I don't mean, I disagree, but it doesn't matter.
For purposes of the minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It'll go before the zoning board. Yeah.
Okay, so we had a motion by the mayor. We had a second by Ms. Willis. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Wallace abstains. Okay. Next, we have the minutes. It's going to be a tough meeting. The minutes from March 23rd.
And I have the revisions that were proposed by you, Chair Prodoff. Are there any other changes to the minutes?
I didn't have it.
The motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Extended. Okay.
Okay. All right, next up, we have the continued public hearing on the area in need of redevelopment for 619 through 631 Bloomfield Avenue.
So, after, the last meeting, Zainab unfortunately can't be here tonight. She is in California, lucky woman. We did added additional information to support the potential designation of this property as an area in need of redevelopment. And the reason, what we tried to do is emphasize, some of the language in the local housing and local redevelopment and housing law, which, allows a process called a Section 3 process, by which you give additional scrutiny to properties that are necessary for the how does it go? Designated because they're necessary for the effective redevelopment of the redevelopment area. It's called a Section 3 analysis. And it comes out of the statutory definition of redevelopment area in NJSA 40A:12A-3, the definition of redevelopment area. It says that it includes properties that may be designated if their inclusion is necessary for the effective redevelopment of a larger area, even if it's not individually blighted. They're considered Section 3 properties. The reason being, quite often there are properties that, because of their location, its configuration, whatever may be, are really essential to effectively redevelop the area. We included that in this analysis because the subject property has very important frontage on Midland Avenue, and allows access to the interior of the redevelopment area through a driveway on Midland Avenue, would alleviate the need to have a driveway from Bloomfield Avenue. Right now, the only access without this property is on Valley Road, or potentially creating another driveway from Bloomfield Avenue. And Bloomfield Avenue is never a very safe or desirable location to have two-way access in the middle of the block. So that's just something else for you to consider as part of, we added to this section to the report. I think it does meet some of the criteria that Zainab laid out at the last meeting, but clearly it's up to you to decide how you feel if this meets the criteria or not.
So there are properties that front on Valley that
Yes,
are part of this redevelopment area?
the police station,
Okay.
fronts on Valley, yes, and the parking lot behind
Parking
the
lot,
police
yeah,
station.
yeah.
Yes.
So it isn't necessarily just Midland Avenue. There's frontage on Valley, there's frontage on Portland Place. Not that I think we'd want to put more traffic down
Right.
Portland Place, but
Mhm.
there
Right.
are other options if this
Right.
property were not to be considered area in need of redevelopment.
If you recall the first redevelopment plan that we worked on, we tried very hard to eliminate as much as possible access from Portland Place because it's a
And I
residential
think that
area.
makes sense.
Yes,
Mhm.
so,
Yeah, I just want to be complete so everybody had an understanding of what the other part of this area is that's already an area in need of redevelopment. Because I don't know if all the board members were here when we discussed that years ago.
Is that on page 11? Where what is existing right now in the redevelopment area? There's
if you look on page 11, yes.
Mhm.
okay, so it's the property with the hashes, I mean the stripes.
It's the crosshatched area.
Okay. Not the Leach building and not the town hall. Because
The Leach, no, the town hall is in the it's already been designated. It's
It's
hard
already
to read, but the Leach building and the municipal and the police station were already designated an area in need of redevelopment.
As well as the properties that are crosshatched.
Yes,
So the only property that's being added is just the subject property, right?
that's correct.
Okay, and then where Fleet Feet is, that's not, right?
If that's not.
Is it Fleet Feet and one more building, or is it just the Fleet Feet building?
Laboratory, is that the same building?
I don't have the answer to that
That's
question.
that's next to.
Sure, and that's
Yeah.
not completely correct.
That would not
Yeah.
be part of it. Starts, this is the lot that we're considering
Yeah.
contains the
Yeah.
former office
Oh, yeah,
restaurant.
there's two lots. I see it on
Yeah.
page 5. There's
Yeah.
two lots there.
Yeah.
Well, it meets one of the criteria. All you need is one criteria. If it's run down, right? It's definitely run down.
Right.
Yeah, but that also fits area in need of rehabilitation, right? I mean, so we don't have to approve it as an area in need of redevelopment,
Oh, I
right?
see.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
yeah.
You don't.
Yeah, it does not fit in any way with the spirit of the original law, which is to fight the blight that is caused by a place, not having any economic viability. You cannot say that about Montclair Central Business District. You just simply can't say it about it, and there is no great plan for what this area is going to be. It's not a terrible idea, but I'm not for it. Because why? Why can't the market take care of the problem?
Yeah, and I'd be
So
happy.
the other properties that we just talked about, they are area needs of
Yeah,
redevelopment right now?
they've been
Right.
designated, but there's no plan for them.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be happy to find area in need of rehabilitation, but I'm completely unconvinced about area in need of redevelopment.
Maybe later.
Yeah, maybe.
What's, it's the fire.
Did we open up for other?
Not yet. Is there any way to get another microphone tied into the system? Because people are texting in saying they're having a hard time hearing people. Talk louder. Okay.
Okay.
Try something. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's anything, because we've had a couple of comments so far that folks are struggling.
So we can continue that.
Well, okay, all right. Well, yeah, so for me, one of the issues that I see is that this building does seem to meet criterion B to me, prolonged vacancy, discontinuance of use and disrepair, but where I struggle is it seems like the owner bought the property from what we heard at the last part of the hearing, and it doesn't seem like they've brought tenants into it or really done anything to try to fix that condition. So I struggle with, while I think it meets criterion B, is somebody allowed to, and maybe this is more of a question for Mr. Neese, is somebody allowed to purchase a property, let it go to disrepair, and then have it an area in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation?
When he bought the property, there was no guarantee that the board would be considering this.
Right.
So he could have left it that way for as long as he wanted. You're imputing to him that he purposefully left it that way, and that may be true. I'm not disagreeing. But he's had the property since what, 2019? And so you're contending that you're stating that he left it vacant for purposes of satisfying the local redevelopment housing law.
It's a question in my mind, right?
I
'Cause
don't know
I would
the
think,
answer to that.
I know we do have some vacant storefronts along Bloomfield Avenue, but I do feel like given the amount of need and demand for housing in the township, it seems odd to me that, was it 2 apartments that are there? Could not be filled
Right.
between 2019 and now. That's just, it strikes me as a strange, it's opposite of what I expect market conditions to be here in the municipality.
Based on the analysis in this report, though, it would require quite a bit of money to rehabilitate that building and those apartments. Perhaps he didn't want to spend that money, didn't have them. There's no way to really know what his intentions are or were. The fact is that it's been vacant since 2019.
Yep.
And 2018 for the apartment for the apartments upstairs.
Okay.
I guess what you're saying is there's a concern that we're creating this precedent, we're almost rewarding behavior.
Right,
Or-
and there's nothing that says that the owner of this property will be the redeveloper selected by the municipality, but it's, from what we heard at the last meeting, it sounded like that was part of the reason why this owner bought this property, was to help out the town as part of a redevelopment. So it just seemed like there was something that, had been perhaps somewhat agreed or not.
Does a vote here become precedent? That's the language. I didn't think so. I just wanted to.
No, but a to then encourage council to give a designation of an area in need of redevelopment is the predecessor to creating a financial agreement, which is what developers want, rather than just resorting to ad valorem normal taxes. And there would be very strong in town that we should not be
willy-nilly digging commercial agreement.
That-
So
Right, I
this is
guess
the first
precedent was the
one.
wrong term.
Yeah.
Because legal.
First one.
I
I'm not taking it.
know, I got it.
Yeah, but you're right. We're not creating precedent.
No.
But perhaps encouraging certain behavior.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Any other comments from the board? Do we have a microphone
We're
solution?
looking for another microphone.
Okay,
Quick question while we're talking,
Oh, sorry, we're doing it for the camera.
How old are you down?
Sure.
Yes, maybe say your name would be, I didn't speak, and I appreciate it, so I can ask you.
you want to do a quick seating chart in your notes? So,
Actually, yeah, that was really tough.
okay, I'm Keith Brodock.
I know who you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know who you are. I figured that out really quick.
Well,
Graham, I didn't know who you were.
why don't we have, we'll just have everybody go around kind of slowly. You can take notes for your seating chart, then hopefully that'll get you most of the way there.
Yeah.
Counselor?
Higher tomorrow.
Vaughn Green, Nicole Morales, and
Renee Baskerville.
You figured out the vice chair.
Oh,
Okay,
Mike Graham, sorry. I thought I won already. Yeah, no problem.
Where's the second? I couldn't. Give a second one of these.
well.
We
We have,
have public comment on over here.
that's what I
if
think, I
right?
think we should.
do that.
So
So Janice, maybe we can have public. Come right here.
it's fine. So if there are members of the public who would like to comment on this area in need of redevelopment, please come up. We'll have to get you right over here near the microphone so that the public that's watching can hear you. So if you don't mind stepping up close to the table, please come on up if you so choose. Okay, no, I gotta rotate it. If you would, give us your name and address.
Yes, William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. In regards to areas of redevelopment, and I'm just going back on some past history when we dealt with the Mountainside redevelopment area. And it was about 12.5 one-family house, two-family houses that were part of that redevelopment process. That 12.5 homes were designated as an area of redevelopment, and at least 16 to 20 some odd houses were demolished. One-family houses, two-family houses, and to your point, you would have thought that the purchaser of those properties held on to them for a certain period of time, did not rehab those properties, and they were a part of that redevelopment process, and they were demolished. And I think what you're looking at there right now, absolutely, they put in a new medical center, but there is a parking lot that was representative of those 12 to 18 homes at that point. So I think that was a tremendous loss. So when we're talking about redevelopment, whether it's 2 houses or 20 one-family houses or affordable houses, we need to take a very, very close look at that. Okay, that's my point.
Thank you. I think that part of it will come if and when this is designated and as we work on, or as the council works on a redevelopment plan.
I have a question, Ben.
Sure.
Does the redevelopment area, we'll do both, rehab and redevelopment allow a redevelopment plan? Or is it just a redevelopment area that's designated? Both do. So you can change zoning with both.
Both require a plan
Both required. So new zoning basically.
and rehabilitation.
Wait, rehabilitation changes the zoning?
No, you can have
No.
either rehabilitation or redevelopment.
Right.
Both of them are folded into a redevelopment plan.
Hold it into.
The only difference is an area in need of rehabilitation cannot be subject to a financial agreement.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Isn't there a shorter term? Is there a shorter term, like a 5 year?
Yeah, you can do a 5-year tax abatement, where basically you slow down the tax increase. Yeah.
Okay, when the definition, says it stresses rehab, how much, does that really have teeth at all, or is it really? Are you faced with the same argument? Well, I can't rehab because they're too far gone, and I have to.
I think it's the judgment call that you have to make.
As a planning board, or actually, ultimately, you're just making a recommendation to the council. Council makes the decision.
Other questions? Anyone else from the public like to make a comment on this? Nope, I don't see anything. I mean, I'm torn on this. Like I said, I feel like it meets criterion B. I don't necessarily like it because it doesn't feel right to me, but to me, it meets B. I don't see that it meets D in my mind because I don't find conditions that are detrimental to the public safety, health, and welfare within the community. That building, I think, certainly has some safety issues, but I don't find that it's the community that's at risk there. A, let's see what I say on A here. I'm not, substandard obsolescent building conditions. I think it's more covered under D, dilapidation, or sorry, B, prolonged vacancy, discontinued use and disrepair. A, I don't really find that. And then what was H was the last one, was Sally?
Yes.
I'm a little on the fence about H2 in terms of, I feel like the other parts of this redevelopment area do have access that's not Bloomfield, that's not Portland Place, namely Valley. And so, I'm a little on the fence, I gotta say, about this one personally.
Well, reading the law, it meets it, so I'd be voting yes.
Yeah.
However, because I can't speculate why it got there, whatever, it is what it is, but the redevelopment area, correct me if I'm wrong, Dennis, does allow eminent domain. And
You have,
the rehab does.
yes, but you have to approach it as an eminent domain. This is a non-condemnation evaluation, and that came from the way the council worded their request to the planning board is to evaluate this as an area in need of a non-condemnation area in need of redevelopment.
Why would you take the teeth out?
Because you
Because
have
that would
to,
allow the town to, if whoever owns it doesn't do what needs to be, the town has leverage at that point to say, if you can't do it, someone else can.
case law, I believe it's case law requires that when the council request a planning board to do the area in need of redevelopment study, they specifically ask that either it be a condemnation or a non-condemnation area in need of redevelopment, and this was a non-condemnation.
Well, that's what you want.
Why? Right from the very beginning,
Why?
condemnation versus non-condemnation.
But why give that away? This question.
I was gonna say, I think that's a council question, not necessarily one for us to.
It does come from a
Speculate.
case from Harrison.
But the key thing here is that just because it does fit a criteria, does not mean you have to vote for it. It means you can vote for it. You don't have to. And it is absolute folly to think that this is the only tool that a township has to deal with a dilapidating thing, especially if it's posing a health and safety risk. We have code enforcement. Right? I mean, this is not just because something falls out of good repair, just, this is not a sanction. This is not a punishment for a building falling to disrepair. This is a benefit that is being provided. People who own this building want to have it designated. This is not, so the incentives here, and this is not to throw any shade on the owner at all whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. They are a rational actor doing what they're supposed to be doing. But we would be giving a benefit to a property. So, which is, and it's designed to give a benefit to a property because it would never be developed otherwise. It's designed to fight genuine urban blight, and that just doesn't exist here, in my opinion. And again, so saying that because it meets the criteria, that in no way compels us to do it. It just gives us the okay to do it.
I completely agree with the counselor. I'm not imputing any motives to the developer.
Yeah, no.
In fact, I thought he had some reasonable points that he made last meeting
Totally fine.
about
Yeah.
why this occurred. But that's in my mind, we're not meeting the spirit of the law. I agree with what you said earlier as well. And I think we should not be, to your point, Ms. Wallace, we should not be encouraging necessarily, whether by intent or by circumstance beyond their control. We should not be encouraging this behavior to allow these properties to fall into disrepair like this and give an incentive then thereafter. So I'm not in favor of this.
I'm gonna go back to the non-condemnation. Why was it referred to us with the option of condemnation taken out? Because, I mean, because that's the leverage that the town has to be able to, like I said before, if this owner can't do it, yet, well, someone else can. So otherwise, it would seem like that's a great bargaining chip that the town should maintain.
Janice, can I ask you a question? So just because it's an area in need of redevelopment, that doesn't mean that we have to give them a pilot, right?
No.
Don't we still have an option?
You
So I
always,
think that the conversations that I'm hearing around the table are leaning towards having people believe that then we have to, make a pilot for them. And I think that it's important that we let everybody know that that's definitely not the case. I think that Mr. Bodock, I would tend to agree with what you said, and you went through each one, and I just tend to believe the same. I think that it meets the criteria. I think that it meets the law, and I'm not going to try to pass a personal opinion about what somebody's reasons for doing. I think that I agree with what you said, and so I would be inclined to vote for redevelopment.
What do we, sorry, said about, about you're saying we don't, what are we voting? Saying we say it meets the criteria, yes, no, or we say, what is the actual criteria we're voting?
The recommendation, right, to
You
the
make-
council.
yes, you're making a recommendation to the council because they ultimately make the decision. But the public hearing is here at the planning board. They've asked you to do the investigation, which is what we did. We presented you all the facts.
Okay.
And the planning board has to make a recommendation as to whether or not it meets the criteria.
That's the only thing we're judging?
That's,
Yes, no criteria met?
it's a
criteria
yes or
not
no
met?
question.
So is there great room, as Mr. Counselor Mother said? That's what I'm unclear about.
I don't think does it meet the criteria or not? That's
Right.
That's what you've been asked to evaluate and send your recommendation to the council.
We can include other
You can-
comments, right?
you can
As
add
we tend,
Yes,
as
we
we
can
tend to
include-
do.
Right, we can include.
But it's generally a yes or no.
Right,
I mean,
I'm definitely.
I'm sure there's ways to nuance it, but
So we have two council members here and a planner. So why is it not condemnation?
You would have to ask for the other.
What do we do with that?
I will.
Then you have to have
I
condemnation.
believe Mr. Harrison is here and he might want to answer that question.
Oh,
See,
hey, Your Honor. Thank you for
I'm
being here.
speaking loudly and not as a council member, but as a lawyer who does.
Yes,
redevelopment.
Your Honor.
When before the redevelopment statute was amended to allow the choice between condemnation and non-condemnation redevelopment areas, there was a lot of litigation as to what notice had to be given to property owners. As a result, the legislature amended the law to require the municipality, when it approved the redevelopment area, either designated as a condemnation area or a non-condemnation area. Since the statute was passed, I would say over 90% of the redevelopment areas that have been designated have been as non-condemnation areas. The reason for that is the litigation that ensues when a condemnation area is designated is costly, time consuming, and ends up with properties not being redeveloped. And that's the reason most municipalities have chosen to do non-condemnation areas, and why the switch hats a little as a council member, I voted to refer this as a non-condemnation redevelopment area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, well, up to that, even if it is a condemnation area, it's still not endemic. So it's not, we're not there's no decision being made. So we could fall into the 90% that doesn't condemn, but you're just. Well, why not always have that option?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing we can do about
That's
that.
the council decision.
But it's something we could recommend to them, right? They have to, or put in the notes to
You
them.
could say you recommend making it a condemnation,
Yeah,
enabling the power to condemn.
If it, if then it will have to come back to.
And you'd have to redo it all over again, yeah.
If the council agrees with that, right?
If they determine that they're going to make this into a condemnation,
Yes.
I suspect that the estimation would make it up to for us to figure out to make this suspicion that will happen. So I could see.
Well, it's not that you're getting something that someone doesn't deserve, it's if the town doesn't get, what it desires, not as. Because if it sits for another 5, 10 years, having, it doesn't sound like we can't. One question for you, how is this stuff publicly, are property owners notified of this? Where does that happen?
The subject property, the owner is notified.
How about everyone within 200 feet?
No.
Oh,
No,
because this is
people,
not a zoning change.
it's right, there's no notice requirement within 200 feet. It's you notice the people who are subject to the redevelopment request, redevelopment study.
Is there, well, I guess there would be something in the newspaper.
Yeah, there's notice.
There's notice, but
Yeah.
there's not specific notice to.
Right.
Right, like we noticed this is a public hearing.
Right, and it carried it.
Right. Any other discussion? Anybody want to make a motion one way or the other?
Second?
Any recommendations or?
Do you want me to call the roll?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Is this approved with notes? or
Well,
approved without notes?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. If you had any recommendations or, we can.
It seems like there was an interest.
So
on
your motion is that it meets the one or more of the requirements of an area in need of redevelopment.
I would just say, I would advise that, think about what the initial intent of the law was. And is this what it's really about? Are we really needing to fight urban blight? In Montclair, like, in the C1 corridor? And do you think that that's what this is really about? Or is it about that we are again trying to take political control of the development process and inexorably end up with a pilot, which is what will happen, and inexorably end up in a situation where it's a tug of war among political players rather than just somebody building a building and being taxed? And that's not what the law was supposed to be about. I know it. And so I'm just going to vote no. And I don't care if people vote another way, but I think at a certain point we have to just stop this cycle.
I agree.
I don't disagree with that, but I look at this a little more myopically.
That's fine.
Just, I think it meets, and that's as much as I don't like my decision. I think for the same reasons I can't speculate on why this property has been vacant for so long. I shouldn't speculate on what the next steps may be, even though
Right.
I happen to agree with your prognostication, let's say.
Yeah.
So with
Okay.
that, sure, let's call the roll.
Mayor Baskerville,
Yes. And I'd just like to say also that I have every faith and confidence that when this goes back to the council will make a sound decision. And I think that there are enough people on the council who are, now very, very cautious and concerned about when we have a pilot and when not. And I just say that because we've had those discussions. And so, I trust that they'll make the right decision.
Mr. Campbell,
Oh, yes, yeah.
Counselor D'Amato,
No,
Ms. Gaines,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
No.
Mr. Ian Wally,
Same that meets the criteria, yes.
Ms. Willis,
So I'm voting yes because it meets the criteria, so the council can decide whether.
Ms. Wallace.
A begrudging yes, but I would like to encourage the council to reconsider possibly the rehabilitation option that was brought up. I listened to the March 9th meeting, or possibly condemnation.
Okay.
To include condemnation?
Not like rethink about it.
Redevelopment with condemnation, yes,
Just
okay.
explore a wider variety of options.
Okay, now I'm taking notes, got you.
And Chair brought up.
Mhm.
Yes, with the same
I got it.
notes that Ms. Wallace
Yeah.
Okay.
enunciated.
All right.
Okay, so the recommendation to the council is that it does meet the criteria, and so we will get a report from the planning board
Okay, resolution.
resolution.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, next up, we have our amended fourth round housing element and fair share plan public hearing.
Okay.
So, the plan, the amended plan that was submitted to the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Court, was the subject of quite a bit of debate. And we did receive a signed a settlement agreement and an order from the judge directing us to make certain changes to the housing plan. Those changes really involved providing additional information about certain properties that had been rehabilitated by Home Corps and were used to meet our third round obligation. So we did additional research, we amended the plan, and I think it's highlighted in the document that you have in yellow. There's the additional information on those units. I did, however, so the plan was amended, and the amended plan says that you have indicates that our third round obligation, which was 162 units, reduces the number of units we had to address the obligation from 190 to 178. It still meets the obligation. It's just that the number of units that we are using to address it was reduced. However, I received an email on Friday from the Fair Share Housing Center that actually accepts additional credits. So what I would like to do is incorporate the additional credits that the Fair Share Housing Center has stated we are permitted to include in our plan. And with those additional credits, and that happens to deal with, they accepted the documentation that we submitted for 53 Mission Street, 59 Mission Street, and 62 Mission Street. And as a result, the number of units that we get credited is not 139, it's 144, which brings us up to a total of 183. So essentially, we still meet our 162 unit obligation. We just have more excess credits that can be used to address our fourth round. So there's some minor changes that we have to make.
Okay.
But it's not substantive. It's, again, responding to the acceptance by the Fair Share Housing Center on the crediting. And that's it.
The settlement agreement have to be amended for that.
No, the settlement agreement was that we were, I referenced the report from the special master. where we had to add the additional information, which we did, and then they would consider the credit worthiness of those units based on that additional information, and that's where we are. So we did exactly what we were directed to do.
So just some of the numbers on page 39.
Yes, they will have to be revised. But it doesn't change the plan. It really just changes the crediting numbers. That's it.
So what are our total numbers now with the new values?
If you're on page 39,
And
a total of 140, the third sentence under prospective need will say a total of 144 units and 39 bonus credits were provided for a total count of 183 units. As a result, an excess of 21 units were provided to address the third round obligation.
okay. And then you'll add in the details for those 3 properties.
It's already in there.
It's already in. Okay.
Yeah, it's just they accepted it.
Okay. Okay.
That's right. Report on it.
Excuse me?
Right?
Yeah.
Comments or questions from the board? Comments from the public about get it right here, the amended 4th round housing element and fair share plan. If you would like to make a comment on that, please step up to over here where the microphone is. Nope, okay, I don't see anyone.
Okay.
So we need a motion to approve this?
To adopt.
To adopt. Motion to adopt, and I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
All right, next up, we have the master plan reexamination report, and I assume, Ms. Callie, you're gonna give us a presentation?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Minute to set up.
Sure.
I'm gonna be sitting over here, so I'm gonna take,
Is it gonna be up there?
yeah. Oh, so I'm gonna sit over here. I'm gonna bring the microphone here.
I was like watching these forms here. I don't have gap space.
This was not the plan.
I know once I saw the agenda and realized we're up here, it's like, I wish.
My kids are 12 and 9.
I found out last night.
I know, I understand that. I just wish.
No, don't worry, I got you.
Figure that part out.
I got them under control. I got them
Rick?
under control. We're doing too much organized baseball. Yeah, we did, yeah.
So you can see it, right?
Yes.
It's a little late here, so my big.
Okay.
You may have to shout so people in the back of the room can hear you, even though the microphone's here. And let me know when you're ready.
And then he's on the 12-game travel. Hopefully, until
All right.
summer.
Here we go.
So I don't know if, this room's not that big. I hope you can hear me.
And if you can't, you need to step up and get closer, feel free to do so.
But what we are, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to talk about our master plan and the legal requirements for a master plan reexamination report. And I think that we have quite a few fairly new board members here who are not involved in the.
No, I didn't know. I said, let's see,
Yeah.
if it doesn't do half of them.
Who are not involved in the preparation of our current master plan documents. So I'm going to take the time to go over what our master plan right now includes. So a master plan is a document. It's adopted by the planning board and just the planning board. It guides the use of our land. It's basically the blueprint and the backbone of our land development ordinances, which includes our zoning ordinances, our site plan ordinances, our subdivision ordinances, our stormwater ordinances. There's a whole host of implementation ordinances that are derived from our master plan. I'm not gonna read everything exactly. I have 50 slides, so I'm gonna try and go through them fairly quickly. What comprises our master plan? If you look at the municipal land use law, there's probably 15, it identifies 15 elements that can be included in a master plan, and you can even go beyond that. You can make up your own master plan elements. What we have here in Montclair, our most recently adopted portion of the master plans, the sustainability, well, no, it's the housing plan. It was amended tonight.
There you
So adopted in 2025. Amended in 2025, amended in 2026. That's how Montclair rolls. We adopt the plan and we amend it. We keep these as living and breathing documents. The Sustainability and Resilience Amendment that was adopted in 2025, that's actually an amendment to the Unified Land Use and Circulation Plan. Back in 2015, we created a combined element called the Land Use and Circulation Element, because land use is so closely interrelated with circulation and mobility issues, that we are one of very few municipalities that combine those into one element of the master plan. So that was originally adopted in 2015. It's been amended many times. And obviously the most recent amendment was in 2025, when we adopted the sustainability and resilience element, which by state law has to be a part of your land use plan. We adopted a stormwater management plan element in 2020, a historic preservation element in 2016, the Glenridge Avenue and Church Street amendment to the land use and circulation element in 2016. We did that as a separate document because it was too difficult to actually integrate it into the text of the unified land use and circulation element. And then we did a conservation plan element in 2007. So those documents comprise our master plan. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to go through the Unified Land Use and Circulation Plan. It's a bulky document, over 200 pages. It's very repetitive. It's clunky, but I think the question here is what's in the Unified Land Use and Circulation element. And I don't know how much time board members have spent reviewing that. Every time I open it up, I'm reminded, of certain sections in there, because it is very comprehensive and very lengthy. And it takes a while to digest. But that element is based on 5 big ideas. One is to direct future growth and development to transit-oriented mixed-use nodes within the township, to implement zoning revisions and new land use controls in select areas using form-based code or similar standards that allow increased density and/or unimproved built environment, to conserve neighborhood form and character, to improve connectivity between neighborhoods and nodes, and to maximize mobility assets to make it easier for residents and visitors to walk, bike, park, and ride transit throughout the township. The goals of the plan are to ensure a variety of land uses and transportation modes that pursue a balanced mix of activities and vibrancy, generate and nurture dynamics that support economic viability, build on and expand transportation choices that ensure convenience, safety, and access, and encourage public realm and private development that maintains the scale and character inherent in the diverse and historic neighborhoods of the township. Pretty standard goals. I don't think anybody would object to anything in those specific goals. The plan is structured to focus on these specific townwide strategies, overall strategies. There's a number of recommendations related to transportation and mobility, land use and parking, neighborhood character, flexible, affordable urban suburban lifestyles, economic development and the arts, infrastructure and utilities, and sustainability and resilience. And members of the planning board will remember in 2023, we spent quite a bit of time focusing on those different township-wide strategies to see if they are still valid. It also includes area-specific strategies, and these are the areas that it focused on. The Montclair Center and Bay Street Station area, the Walnut Street Station area, the Valley Van Vleck Business District, the South End Business District, the Watchung Plaza Business District, Upper Montclair, and Montclair Heights. Clearly, the focus was on our train stations. Did I say that this was a DOT-funded master plan? Did not spend very much time talking about our residential neighborhoods. So that's a separate matter. Most of the focus was on what's going on in our commercial districts. So in the area-specific strategy for Montclair Center, we've made a lot of changes over the years, and this is the current version of the land use plan. It focused on, or created 4 different categories, land use categories for Montclair Center. Montclair Center activity nodes, which are shown in the dark purple, have a maximum height of 6 to 8 stories and a maximum density of 55 to 75 dwelling units per acre. As you can see, those areas, it's kind of hard to see because some of them are dashed, where you have some redevelopment areas. But those areas are where our redevelopment plans are in place. The area that is shown in a pink color with a purple boundary are the Montclair Center downtown areas where the maximum height is 4 stories and 47 feet, still maintains a density of 55 dwelling units per acre. Generally, these are the areas along Bloomfield Avenue, facing Bloomfield Avenue, in between the development nodes, in between the redevelopment areas. The planning board amended this plan a couple of years ago, specifically reducing the height on those areas, in those between the redevelopment areas along Bloomfield Avenue from 6 stories to 4 stories. Then the areas that are shown were outlined in red are the Montclair Center edge areas. And those are areas that are recommended for 3 stories and 37 feet and a density of 28 to 40 dwelling units per acre. And then finally, the areas that are shown in the pinker, these colors are pretty close, but the paler pink color is the Montclair Center Village area, and those have a maximum height of 2.5 stories and 35 feet and 25 dwelling units per acre. There's a lot more in here in terms of mobility, many pages of mobility improvements and circulation improvements. I'm not going to go through them tonight because honestly, we've already evaluated them and a lot of them have been achieved. And I know we're actually working on a lot of them with our whole Complete Streets program.
Ms. Talley?
Yeah.
So is this the actual zoning for downtown?
No, this is the land use plan. It's
Land
not-
use plan,
it's
so
not
it's
the
different
zoning.
than the zone. So how do those two compare, or like who handles what of each of those two?
You, the planning board, control this document. The
And
council,
this is kind of the vision?
yes,
Okay,
and the council controls the zoning. And no, they are not exactly alike.
okay.
As you know, we've been trying for.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
It just timed out.
No,
No,
it says,
you just,
No,
wait.
I
hang on,
think
something's-
I think I stepped on something.
Oh,
Is it that?
I like that better.
All right.
so we as the planning board create the vision and then the council
Right.
sets the actual zoning
Right.
that are the rules and regulations. so to
And the
speak.
council has to listen to the planning board, but they can adopt the zoning ordinance that is different from what the master plan says.
Okay,
There are a lot of recommendations for some of these other areas. The Walnut Street plan, there's not a lot of recommendations to changes for the zoning in the Walnut Street area in our master plan. Almost all of these recommendations have to do with, most of them, with circulation and mobility. But I'm gonna go through them because I think it's important that you know what's in our plan and what the recommendations are for like the Walnut Street area. Preserve open space and recreational assets. We do have quite a few open space areas along Walnut Street. And provide strategic improvements that are designed to serve the neighborhood. Require clear pedestrian connections between parking and the front sidewalk. establish bike share and car share incentives, require quality investments in landscaping techniques and public realm furnishings, evaluate parking requirements and density allowances as part of redevelopment plans with contributions to improvements, including sidewalks, streets, and public parking. Provide a class 3 shared use bicycle route designated by pavement markings and signage along Walnut Street. I forgot that was in there until I started looking through this again. Provide bicycle lockers or a shelter over the bicycle racks at Walnut Street Station. Make intersection improvements, including crosswalks at all intersection approaches, especially around the station area, with pedestrian countdown signals included at signalized intersections. I believe we've seen a lot of those installed in that area. Add pedestrian walkways to the station parking areas to connect the platforms. Encourage shared off-street parking and allow underutilized parking areas surrounding the train station to be shared with complementary uses in the area. An example, residential use overnight and retail use on the weekend. That's what our master plan says. And as we evaluate applications in the Walnut Street area, these are the items that you look for consistency with the master plan. One of the other areas that the master plan focuses on is the Valley Van Vleck area. The recommendations for this in our master plan include establish a scattered site redevelopment program to address eyesore properties that negatively impact neighborhoods, concentrating on the problem properties on James Street and Valley Road. We've actually seen quite a bit of change on James Street since then, and some on Valley Road. Some. We still have some problem properties there, but rezone the Georgian Inn from R3 to the adjacent OR3, which more accurately reflects its commercial use. And in fact, they came to us with a rezoning request, you may recall, and we denied it. So make pedestrian improvements at intersections, including crosswalks, bulb outs, pedestrian lighting, and pedestrian countdown signals of signalized intersections. We've got a couple of those. Add appropriately selected street trees, reduce the number of driveways through the creation of shared central parking areas behind multiple lots. Sidewalk and bicycle route markings across driveways should be more visible. Work with property and business owners to find opportunities to create centralized parking. I think we already mentioned that. And the location of off-street parking should reflect the existing building line. So that's basically what's recommended for that area. There were no land use changes recommended to that area. It's really, again, it was focusing on circulation and mobility. The South End Business District, again, there's not significant land use changes for the South End Business District. However, there's a lot of changes regarding mobility. And in fact, if you look at this plan, this is the plan that's in our master plan. It calls for improvements to the streets in the South End Business District. Specific recommendations in our plan for the South End Business District include enforcing storefront ordinances and window signage. Widen sidewalks where appropriate to accommodate comfortable benches. I've been trying to do that for several years through the CDBG program, and the funding has not been approved because it's a county road, and among other reasons. Install an all-way stop sign or traffic signal. Require and or improve mid-block cut-throughs with additional landscaping, lighting, and public art. I do think we improved that mid-block pass-through through one of the site plan applications. So we did achieve that when we reviewed that site plan application. Reconfigure the intersection of Orange Road West and Cedar Avenue to eliminate the channelized right turns to allow vehicles to turn without stopping. Install additional crosswalks at each of the intersections along the length of Orange Road. Consider metered parking or pay for parking. Identify handicapped parking in the Orange Road West lot and ensure the presence of highly visible signs to direct individuals to parking areas. Know that that's still a concern. So the focus really is on circulation and mobility for the South End Business District. What is our unified plans call for the Watchung Plaza area? And there have been a couple of recommendations here regarding land use, but again, lots of it has to do with mobility. Require clear pedestrian connections between parking and the front sidewalk, include bike share and car share incentives. Require quality investments be made in landscaping techniques, reduce parking requirements, and improve public realm circulation assets, including sidewalks, streets, and public parking. The gas station, located at the corner of Watchung Avenue and Park Street, is a prominent property that deserves a development or use that reflects the character of the district. Redevelopment of this property is an important objective, and existing parking capacity available within the overall district should be considered in the redevelopment of this property. That's a direct quote from our master plan, our land use plan. Traffic circulation and safety are concerns at the Park Street Watchung Avenue intersection, and this calls for a traffic study for a light, which is now there. So allow shared parking, so development around the station area can use station parking as part of an overall shared parking strategy. Investigate the possibility of developing shared community parking facilities. Maximize on-street parking by converting on-street parking spaces into a parking lane with multi-space meters, and use lighting and landscaping to enhance pedestrian alleys to off-street parking facilities.
Janice, can you give me an example of encouraging car share?
We've done that in some of our earlier redevelopment plans, where as an incentive for developers to provide car sharing, like Zipcar.
Oh, zip car.
It's a
Yeah,
zip
we
car.
tried on those parking decks and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
they would put a zip car in and they'd get, I think, credit for 4 or 6 parking spaces with one zip car.
Okay. Thanks.
So.
I didn't know, what I know, like, when you're on the parkway or something, if you're sharing a ride, there's more people in the
Yeah.
car. I get
Right.
it. Thank you.
Right. Upper Montclair. Now, I apologize, the type is really small here, but there were a lot of recommendations in the plan for Upper Montclair. And some of those had to do with land use, but most of them, again, had to do with mobility. Require clear pedestrian connections between parking and the sidewalk, provide bike share and car share, craft design, this is a bit repetitive, craft design standards to preserve the views of the first Watchung Mountain from Anderson Park. Focus retail uses on the first floor in the village center with a wider variety of commercial uses permitted on the first floor at the edge of the village. Ensure that new development maintains the character and scale of key historic buildings. Require new development to provide parking at an adequate ratio to meet demand. Prohibit drive-throughs, large surface parking lots, and blank walls. Increase density in exchange for improvements to sidewalks and streets. Redesign the A&P shopping center and CVS to provide screening and greening of the parking lots. Study the potential of a north-south bicycle route using Valley Road or other township thoroughfares. Provide bike parking facilities, improve pedestrian circulation with mid-block crossings. Undertake a traffic and circulation study to determine the feasibility of implementing left turn lanes at key intersections on Valley Road. Implement an off-street parking wayfinding system. Investigate district-wide valet parking. Replace individually striped on-street parking spaces with multi-space meters. And on-street parking spaces should cost more than parking lots. So that's a summary of the many recommendations for Upper Montclair.
Is that A&P to be Acme?
Yes, it used to, I'm dating, it used to be the A&P, now it's the Acme, so,
This is 2006.
okay. So I really wanted to talk about the unified plan because there's a lot there. It's a pretty dense document. But I think to understand the master plan reexamination report, you really need to know what the master plan says. So now I'm going to go to our next plan element briefly, which is the housing plan, because we just adopted that. So I don't really need to spend a lot of time about the housing element. Just the main recommendations are to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, encourage 100% affordable housing where feasible, continue the extension of affordability controls program, support redevelopment initiatives that create affordable housing, work with faith-based organizations to create affordable housing, encourage creation of accessory dwelling units, utilize vacant township-owned or leased land to create affordable housing, and encourage opportunities for supportive and special needs housing. Stormwater management plan, we adopted this in 2020. Some of the major recommendations were included adopting maximum impervious coverage standards for all zones. We did that. We have some of the tightest impervious coverage triggers for site plan review of any municipality in the state. It calls for allowing the use of permeable or porous pavement for parking areas. We added that. And it amended chapter 295, the stormwater control ordinance, which we did amend. The historic preservation element, that was adopted in 2016. And I think you can see from the map here, it started off with identifying all of our existing historic resources in one document. All of those blue dots are the existing, and the gold dots are the existing historic resources, which come from township designated historic resources, properties that are on the state or national register, properties that were identified in the 1982 Preservation Montclair survey, which was a very large document, Board of Education historic resources, and township owned historic resources. And it also identified potential historic districts. Those are all those areas that are shown in purple here. And I list them here. I'm not going to read them all, but the Historic Preservation Commission has used this plan, which identified these potential historic districts, to do intensive level historic surveys through state grants. They get state grants every year, and they have used those funds to do these historic surveys. Once the property is surveyed, or the areas are surveyed and it's accepted by the State Historic Preservation Office, those properties are then part of, or any demolition of structures within those properties must first obtain a total demolition permit from the Historic Preservation Commission. So we focused on the commercial districts in the land use element. Here in the historic preservation element, I think it's been pretty effective about addressing at least the neighborhood character of our residential districts. Because as you can see, a lot of these districts encompass residential neighborhoods, and the HPC has been very good about doing their surveys and not necessarily telling people how to maintain their homes. But if anybody was going to demolish more than 50% of their home that's visible from the street, they would then have to go to the HPC to get permission to do that. And then they work closely with the HPC through whatever process they end up in. So, yeah. So I actually think it's been a very successful document. In fact, we were featured, Montclair's HPC was featured at last year's League of Municipalities. There was an article in the New Jersey Municipalities magazine about how successful the Historic Preservation Commission in Montclair has been and how well they work with the planning board. It's a good team. So the final plan element is our conservation plan element. This is from 2007. Some of the recommendations in our 2007 conservation plan involved conserving stream corridors and flood hazard areas, establishing greenways, regulating development in wellhead protection areas, protecting hilltops and ridgelines, strengthening steep slope regulations, encouraging energy efficiency and renewable energy goals in new development and municipal facilities, promoting tree conservation, recycling, habitat for wildlife, and evaluating the noise ordinance. I think those are all still valid. But there were a lot of recommendations in our previous reexamination report to bolster the conservation plan element. And we'll get to that shortly, because that's my segue into part 2, which is, what is a master plan reexamination report? We did it in 2016. By law, by New Jersey statute, the plan has to be reexamined every 10 years. We adopted master plan reexamination reports in 1992, 1999. It used to be 6 years. They changed it to 10 years. Then we did it in 2006 and 2016. So we are due to get this done this year. What are the statutory requirements for a master plan reexamination report? And it's a bit of a word jumble. There's 5 requirements. You got to evaluate the major problems and objectives relating to land development at the time of the adoption of the last reexamination report. So that's why when we started this process, I think in 2023 at the planning board, we've been talking about this. We went to 2016. What did the 2016 master plan reexamination report say? Then you have to look at number 2, is the extent to which such problems or objectives have reduced or have increased. Okay, and part of that leads into the next item, which is look at significant changes in the assumptions, policies, and objectives forming the basis for the master plan and development regulations. As last revised, well, we revise ours every year, with regard to the density and distribution of population and land uses, housing conditions, circulation, conservation of natural resources, energy conservation, recycling, and changes in state, county, and municipal policies and objectives. Then you have to look at the specific changes recommended for the master plan or development regulations, if any, including underlying objectives, policies, and standards, or whether a new plan or regulation should be prepared. I should say that this is an exercise for the planning board. Much as the planning board adopts the master plan, the planning board is also required to prepare the master plan reexamination report and adopts this plan. And then finally, the recommendations of the planning, it has to include the recommendations concerning the incorporation of redevelopment plans adopted pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, and recommend changes, if any, in the local development regulations necessary to effectuate the redevelopment plans of the municipality. Like I said, it's a word jumble. So going back to the 2016 Master Plan Reexamination Report, the 2 main recommendations were to prepare a new housing plan, utilities plan, and parks and recreation plan. Well, we did the housing plan. We did not do the utilities plan, and we did not do the parks and recreation plan. So it was addressed partially through the new housing element. And it said that the conservation plan should be amended and expanded to address sustainability issues. Well, we did that partially. We did not touch the conservation plan, but we did address sustainability issues through amendments to the land use plan. Specific land use recommendations in the 2016 report included 1, amending the land use plan for the streets near the Bloomfield Avenue corridor where the proposed intensity of development is inappropriate with existing neighborhood character. And we did that. We amended the zoning ordinance to create a new C3 zoning district for those areas west of Grove Street and along Glenridge Avenue. We're currently working on zone changes for areas east of Grove Street, which we will talk about after this tonight. The second recommendation was to continue to create opportunities for open space in the central business district through use of increased setbacks and establishment of a parklet program. We did do a parklet program. I think that was prior to COVID or during COVID. We did have a couple of parklets prior to COVID. Yeah, time flies. So, yeah, we have since not, we had some, we experienced the parklet program and it was good, but there has been no support for expanding it. It does compete with parking demand. We also included open space. Can you open that door? Thanks. We also included open space requirements in the Seymour Street and Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plans. Again, trying to create meaningful open space in our business. I think you could use that brick to keep it open. The 2016 report included specific housing recommendations. I'm going to try and run through them pretty quickly. Develop proactive strategies for adequate and appropriate housing for seniors. We did rent control. We did an ADU ordinance. We those were both the The need for housing for seniors was included in one of our recommendations in the fourth round housing element and fair share plan. Continue to utilize state and federal grant programs to rehabilitate substandard housing, which will assist in meeting the township's fair share housing fair share allocation. We did create a local home improvement program, which did go towards improving our housing stock of homes owned by low and moderate income households. Consider appropriate residential development of vacant land owned by the township. That's included in a recommendation in our fourth round housing plan. Examine current regulations to see what changes are needed to provide preference for affordable housing. As of 2018, when we had our spending plan approved by the court, the judge allowed us to do a local preference. So we have been implementing a local preference since 2018. And I know there have been some questions about how effective it has been. Every unit in a new building created since 2018 has been occupied by either a Montclair resident or a Montclair employee. So it has been very effective. Identify sites for assisted living facilities for the elderly. We have not done that. I do know the owner of the DeCamp bus site has expressed an interest in building assisted living in that facility. So there's a potential to provide assisted living. Consider a universal design requirement that's been accomplished through building code requirements. Continue to collect development fees for affordable housing. We've done that, and use the Abandoned Properties Act to encourage owners to rehabilitate properties or condemn and resell them. We did look into acquiring properties that are part of our vacant and abandoned program. It was cost prohibitive for us to try and acquire them. So those properties were redeveloped privately or resold privately. Conservation recommendations, create a natural resource inventory. We have not done that. Improve enforcement and transparency in the tree preservation ordinance. The tree preservation ordinance has not changed since 2016. Increase e-vehicle usage. The township has purchased e-vehicles, not the department, when possible. Pursue sustainable Jersey certification. We've done that. Prepare a wellhead protection ordinance. That has not been done. Establish a noise ordinance. That has not been done. Conduct a build-out analysis. Determine that we did not do that. I don't think that's a sensible requirement. Create a conservation easement along the First Mountain Ridgeline. That's not been accomplished. And establish requirements for construction of green buildings. And we did include that in our redevelopment plans. On the economic development side, the 2016 report said that we should create ordinances to address vacant properties. That was addressed through our Vacant Properties Act. We also amended the ordinance to establish new requirements for boarded up storefronts. Create new wayfinding signage. We've not done that. Create an app to identify available parking. I think that's a great idea, but we haven't done that. Create ongoing redevelopment workshops. We did not do that. Create subzones for the C1 zone district. We've been trying to do that for many years. And we created the C3 zone district several years ago. And I need to update, we proposed the CD zone district, which I know that the council's now going back to C3, but we should still evaluate creating a zone district for 4-story buildings along Bloomfield Avenue, one step at a time, right? Create tax for public art. That was not accomplished. And expand the business improvement districts. And I know that our economic development coordinator has been looking into that. Traffic, parking, and circulation recommendations. Create a parking fund where applicants receiving parking variances pay a fee. I believe the planning board at a subsequent date decided that they did not want to do that because then people could buy out of their parking requirement. So this was in the 2016 report, and I don't think this is, at a subsequent date, is what the planning board wanted to see. Evaluate alternatives to a shuttle bus that are more financially viable. I know that this is currently being evaluated by the Mobility Committee. Continue to support the installation of traffic calming devices, and that's the role of the Complete Streets Department. which was not in existence when this report was prepared. Parks and Recreation, a new Parks and Recreation element should be prepared. We did not accomplish that. Evaluate the impact of future development on the use of Montclair parks and open space. We did not do that. They require a public open space component in all redevelopment plans, and that was all subsequent redevelopment plans have included open space. Utilities, prepare a new utilities plan element. That's been accomplished in part through the stormwater management element that we adopted and the sustainability and resilient amendments in the master plan. And then the 2016 report had many zoning recommendations. Implement the recommendations in the Unified Land Use and Circulation Plan. Some of you may recall when we rewrote the zoning ordinance in 2018 completely. We had a subcommittee, spent a year working on rewriting the zoning ordinance, basically restructuring the entire ordinance to address what was in the plan. That was not adopted by the council. The council at that point said, Janice, you have to do it in smaller pieces. So that's what we've been doing. We've been doing it in smaller pieces to try and accomplish the major objectives of the master plan. Not all of those proposed ordinances were drafted. Not all were adopted. Some were adopted. That's probably the best way to say it. So some of those some of those recommendations were implemented. Some were not. And I'm not going to go into all the details tonight. We will have that in the the master plan reexamination report. Minimize light pollution. We did not touch the light ordinance. Establish requirements for electric car charging. That was created. Those requirements were established by state law. Establish ordinance for new telecom technologies. We did adopt the small cell ordinance. Add design requirements for new development. We did not amend the site plan ordinance after 2016. Require bike racks and lockers. We did not do that. New regulations for trash enclosures. We did not do that, but we did put in maximum impervious coverage requirements for every zone. So the next part of the master plan reexamination report is evaluating what has happened since 2016 that needs to be considered as part of our master plan. And as you know, a lot has happened. So I'm going to start with population, and you've seen the population numbers that we had these in our housing plan. Start off with demographics. Population has increased, and I use 2013 here because that was the number I had handy, to 2024. The trends are still the same. The number of younger children is declining. The millennial generation, baby boom generation cohorts are increasing. As the population is aging, the demand for senior services and housing options appropriate for older persons is increasing. It includes traditional senior housing and assisted living facilities. The racial composition has been changing. I think we've talked about this before. The Black and African American population has continued to decline. We've looked at this in terms of population of how many individuals claim one race, how many individuals claim multiple races. So the numbers are a little bit jumbled because not all census data going back in history tracked it that way. But I think if you go back to 1950, the Black and African American population has declined significantly, particularly since 1970. Now, the population of mixed races has increased. So I think it's safe to say we are still a diverse population, but the composition of that diversity has changed, with the blending of races, with the increases in the Hispanic population and increases in the Asian population as well. So that's the story in terms of racial composition. Now, from a development perspective, there has been a lot of development since 2016. We've added 542 new dwelling units. That includes 50 deed restricted affordable housing units, which have been built, approved, or are pending. This, of course, does not include anything that's planned for Lackawanna Plaza. That's, I didn't think it was good to include this because when I was working on this, that wasn't sure where that was going. But this gives you the type of units that we've seen. We've had 33 single-family homes, 18 two-family homes, 23 accessory dwelling units. I think that's pretty significant. Yeah.
It is.
My staff spends a lot of time explaining the AD accessory dwelling unit ordinance to homeowners and walking them through the process. So we've had 23 applications for permits. And 468 multifamily dwelling units. There's been an increasing issue with homelessness. The number of homeless individuals has followed a sharply upward trajectory over the past decade. I guess we're mirroring the situations in New Jersey as well as nationally. The annual point-in-time counts recorded 41 individuals experiencing homelessness in Montclair in 2022, rising to 58 in 2023, 82 in 2024, and 115 in 2025. I think that's significant. Nearly a threefold increase in 3 years. According to that, there's been a demand, the demand for affordable housing is continuing to increase. And I'm not going to, we've talked about this a lot, but I think the important thing is I used to say our waiting list for affordable housing was 20,000 people. It's up to 29,000, just below 30,000 households on our waiting list for affordable units. Of which, of that 30,000, 1,877 either live or work in Montclair. And there are 16,000, almost 17,000 on the waiting list for sales units, of which over 1,000 either live or work in Montclair. That kind of gives you a frame of reference for the need for affordable housing. One of the other items that we're seeing is demand for short-term rentals. We've been trying to work on a short-term rental ordinance for many, many years. The number of short-term rentals this is an estimate because it's not highly scientific. You look at them, try and determine the number of units in various ads. But it appears that it's increased from a number of 112 in 2020 to over 200 in 2026. And this is prior to the World Cup. Who knows what the World Cup, what the number is going to be. So the issue with short-term rentals is that they take long-term rental units off the market, drive up rents, alter neighborhood character, and raise legitimate concerns about parking, noise, safety, and trash. And they take potential customers away from our local hotels. So I know we've been trying to get a short-term rental ordinance for many years. And it used to be, Janice, the numbers are not that high. It's not that much of an issue. But we're up to 200 in 2026, and I think the number's only increasing. So I'm hopeful we'll be able to get a short-term rental ordinance working with this council.
How do you know that they're 200 units?
AI. I had a couple in 2020. I had a study done. There was a firm that was trying to get us to buy their services. So they said they did an analysis and came up with a number of. Were able to tell us how many short-term rentals were in Montclair. I don't have that number for 2026, so I relied on AI to give me the number. So,
is there any connection between AUDs and short-term rental?
No. In fact, ADUs cannot be used for short. We prohibit short-term rentals of the ADUs in our ordinance.
Don't stop them.
We've talked about this before. Another issue: the need for missing middle housing, starter housing, not affordable housing. This is the middle income, not moderate income, middle income housing. The need for more missing middle housing is fundamentally tied to a national affordable housing crisis, which is tied to a national housing shortage. And I'm not going to go through all these numbers because they are in our housing plan and we've talked about them before. I think what I want to say is that there are opportunities to provide middle income housing through infill development. We've talked about infill development, gentle density, areas where we can look for this. We can look in our business districts. This is something, are there areas in our business districts where maybe we can, instead of having mixed use buildings, maybe we can permit multifamily housing without the commercial component? Something to think about. And some of our R2 zone districts, are they, particularly those that are near our business districts, are there opportunities for missing middle housing? Some of our, again, some of the properties that are identified in our housing plan, commercial properties, if those commercial properties are no longer become obsolete and they turn to another use, those are opportunities to transform them to missing middle housing, which may be townhouses, it may be a fourplex, a series of duplexes or threeplexes or fourplexes. Those are the types of housing units that fit within the scale of a neighborhood, and can be designed to look like a single family house and complement the other houses in the neighborhood. What's happened from an economic development perspective since 2016? We have approved 125,000 square feet of new office space. Much of that has been for medical office. Some of it is actually in Glen Ridge. There was 45,000 square feet of medical office space that was in a redevelopment plan that we did with Glen Ridge, and the office space was in Glen Ridge. We just got the parking here in Montclair. The only light industrial class space approved in Montclair is the 82,000 square foot self-storage facility, which you can see it's now been built over on Grove Street, but it's not completed. They're not occupied yet. So Montclair is a fully developed community with limited vacant land available for development. New development is accomplished through private redevelopment initiatives led by the township, subdivision of existing lots. Where do we see development occurring? Obviously, Lackawanna Plaza included in here. The Montclair Center Gateway Phase 2, we've been talking about that for quite a while. There's underutilized properties there. The Walnut Street area, we have the DeCamp bus lot, and I believe there's the North Jersey Development Center property next door, which is underutilized. I've heard that's been for sale, on and off for sale over the past couple of years. So those two properties are key in the Walnut Street area. And then the Upper Montclair area. We've talked about the Acme, not A&T, the Acme property, which I think can be much improved. Not that I don't like the Acme is great, but the appearance of that property can be improved, and it can be you can build up there. It's a one-story building right now. Even under the existing zoning, you could go up to 3 stories. Right now, it's just 1. So that's where we anticipate change. What's going on with the office sector? Post-COVID, again, going back to COVID, many office employees had the option to work remotely for all or part of the week. Remote work has significantly reduced the demand for office space, although this reduced demand has changed as office employees have reported back to the office. There is still a trend of more than previous number of office employees are working at home 1 or 2 days a week, which changes how you deal with parking and commuting. We also notice that there's a stronger demand for medical office space and offices for creator economies. And I would also note the office market in Montclair is pretty strong. We have not witnessed what New York City and other the major metropolitan areas have with the loss of occupants in their office spaces and the vacancies. So while it's changed, I think that there is still a pretty strong office market in Montclair. The issue is parking, how you manage the parking. And I'll get to that eventually. Retail has changed significantly. We've seen post-COVID the decline in, or the change in shopping habits, the change in the demand for brick and mortar stores. People buy online. Everybody's shopping habits have changed. More and more people are buying things online, and the demand for traditional retail space has declined, and it's gone from typical shops, which sell goods, to retail stores that provide experiences. You know, the paint and the paint and drink and paint, yes, paint and sip, things like that, where you go, you can't do it at home. You go to the store because that's part of the experience, not just to buy things. These days, you can just buy whatever you need on, you know, Amazon or online or whatever. So the retail uses have changed, and not only have the uses changed, but parking's changed, loading's changed. So all of those factors need to be considered, particularly as we look at our commercial districts. Are we over retailed? Do we have too much retail space? Do we have enough retail space? Do we need to change the retail uses that are permitted in our zoning ordinance? Yes, and I think we've tried to keep up with that. I think we need to revisit that. That's something that we should probably look at a little bit more closely as part of this reexamination.
Is that where we
report.
would decide, like, you can have 3 or 4 nail salons in the same area, or 5, you know, is that where we would do that? Or you can't do that anywhere? Like, say you have to have X number of, you know, feet between this type of business and that type.
We can have the discussion. Those are always dangerous to have. You can have, you know, so many feet between similar uses. Usually it has to be related to health, safety and welfare.
Okay.
But yes, we can take a look at that. Here's the big issue, parking. Now, I have to say, I did ask our parking consultant, Jerry Giosa, to update his parking study. He did it in 2023. And he gave us, he did an analysis of how post-COVID parking in our parking structures has changed. Many of our redevelopment plans and our site plan approvals include shared parking. How does that work with changed commuting patterns? People are at home on Mondays and Fridays. That means the whole shared parking concept changes. What is the utilization of our parking decks and our parking lots? So I asked Jerry to do an updated analysis. He has not completed that yet. So we will have a further discussion once he's completed his analysis on where we are with parking and parking utilization of our decks and whether or not our parking ratios work. But the numbers that I have here, I did get parking activity in our parking decks. I used 2019 pre-COVID and compared it to 2023 post-COVID. I think you members of the planning board have seen these numbers before. The numbers have declined pretty significantly at least as of 2023, as you can see. Percent change is 5.8% for the Bay Street deck. The Crescent deck was down 10%. These numbers will be updated when he's finished his analysis.
Can I say?
Quick question.
Yeah.
When he does that, did he provide the total number of parking spaces in each deck? And if he could provide some information in terms of various permits that are, you know, the overnight permits, the transit permits, any other permit, the quantities of those would be interesting. And then the day parks, if we could break that down, that'd be great.
I'll see if he can break it down by that. It all depends on the data that he gets from our parking utility. If the parking utility can give him that data, then he can provide it. Okay. I can't guarantee, I don't know what level of data detail our parking utility can provide him. I've just hooked the two of them up. So.
And Janice, you might want to just take a look at when there are events, like things like concerts at the Wellmont. I couldn't find any parking on Saturday. All the decks were filled up. So I don't know if that's going to be factored in also.
Okay.
Because, you know, Wellmont is popular.
Yeah.
Popular
We'll see what, I'm sure we will find out when he does his report. I know
I'm
that
just wondering if he's including that because everything was.
I don't think that's probably unusual on a Saturday night. So we'll see.
Okay.
Another issue, curbside management. I think that we have a problem with double parking. We have managing our curb. I don't think we've upgraded our management, our curbside management to meet current demand because there's competing demand for car share services, drop-offs, pickups, loading, in addition to parking. So what some towns have done is they've done a curbside management plan. This I took from the city of Hoboken. They've done a curbside management plan where they hired a consultant and they've evaluated what's going on at their curbs to identify where to provide areas for and loading zones, short-term parking, metered parking, the bus stops. I think that this little graphic here shows how many different uses take place on our curbs. And I know Jake is here tonight. Jake and I have talked about this. It would be a wonderful addition to see if we could get some grant money to come up with a curbside management plan as part of the Complete Streets initiative. Electric vehicles, we've actually, I know you've seen that the numbers have been increasing. I think that this is interesting. In Montclair, there were over 532 electric vehicles registered in 2022. The state does not provide those numbers at a municipal level. They have not updated it. I think 2022 was the last I could get numbers at the municipal level. But in comparison, the state does have numbers. They showed 338 vehicles and electric vehicles statewide in 2012, and there's up over 254,000 in 2025. So you could apply maybe the same increase in Montclair if this increase statewide is applicable to Montclair, unless Jake, you have better numbers than I do. Okay, no. So this is what we do know that there's an increasing demand for electric vehicles. There's a demand for charging stations. We require electric car charging stations when we can, which is pursuant to state law. Circulation and mobility, there's a lot going on. We have the Essex Hudson Greenway in 2016. I think that was a pie in the sky. We have since, it's a reality, and planning for the Essex Hudson Greenway is incredibly important. It's why we're putting in the first phase of the bike lane to connect downtown Montclair along Glenridge Avenue to the entrance to the Essex Hudson Greenway. Big change, Complete Streets. We have our Complete Streets Department. We have our Vision Zero Task Force. We have our Complete Streets Oversight Board. So the township has made amazing strides in terms of advancing Complete Streets. And they're currently working on the Local Safety Action Plan, again, a federally funded Local Safety Action Plan to better define how to create our safe streets. And then micromobility. Micromobility is electric bikes. I should say electric vehicles, because you see all sorts of electric bikes and electric scooters. Yeah, and planning for those. And again, I know that Jake and the Complete Streets Department is going to be taking the lead on that. The reason I'm raising all these issues is because we're required to look at what's changed since 2016 and how that affects our planning documents and our land development regulations. Public transportation, post-COVID, numbers are down significantly, as you know. According to here, you can see we have the numbers for the train stations in fiscal year 19 compared to fiscal year 2026. Bay Street Station's down 17%. Walnut Street Station was down 32%. Watchung Station is down 24%. Mountain Avenue Station was down 40%. So we're just giving you the numbers on how changes in boardings on our trains at the train stations. We did the same thing for the main bus stops. Again, you can see that in the comparing September 2019 to September 2025. The only one that increased was Bellevue Plaza. And that might be because
2 to 8.
Yeah, I think because the numbers were so low.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think to put this in perspective, I mean, public transportation is part of life in Montclair. It's why a lot of people move here. You move here for the bus service, you move here for the train service and for the ease of getting around. And then the camp closed. I think that significantly affected public transportation. And I know it's an issue, and I know the mobility committee is working on it. I'm not going to recreate it, but I'm just going to tell you that it's an issue. Despite the fact that the numbers have gone down, I think that's because of the the post-COVID changes in the way people work. Micro transit. This is a new thing, which was not part of our 2016 plan. It's an on-demand transportation, provides highly flexible routing. Basically, it's through minibuses. I know that we have been using micro transit for our seniors through our partnership with Essex County, where we contracted with Easy Ride to provide transit for our seniors and disabled adults. I should say disabled residents. Also, easy access to ride sharing services, Uber and Lyft is also a form of micro transit. So it's expensive, but it can be tailored to meet specific needs. Climate change continues to be an issue. I think you've all seen this through the climate action plan. What's the name of the one that's been adopted by the township, as well as our sustainability plan. It continues to be an issue. All right, I'm almost at the end. Next steps. This is really, I had this originally tagged as food for thought. And then Matt Amaral said, Janice, food for thought, you're calling it food for thought? They're going to expect food. So it's now the very boring next steps. Some thoughts. And the reason I'm doing this presentation, this very detailed presentation tonight, is I hope that for people here, this is tweaked something in your mind, something that we need to address through a change to a master plan. I'll either be it a whole new element or a change to a section or the wording or a change to our regulations. This is the time to mention it. And some of the things that I've noticed and my staff has noticed, there's one, we really need to evaluate our commercial zoning districts to determine potential locations for multifamily housing as a permitted use. Some of our commercial districts prohibit multifamily housing, which doesn't make sense to me. It's not a permitted use. There are areas where multifamily housing without the mixed use component, just multifamily housing, are appropriate. And I think we should take a look at our districts to see where that may fall. Evaluate areas adjacent to business districts and train stations to identify locations for missing middle housing. Consider returning to the original zoning ordinance, which included a parking allowance that encourages adaptive reuse of buildings in the C1 and the C3 zoning district. We talked about this at the planning board, going back to what basically our previous zoning ordinance allowed adaptive reuse of existing buildings and minor additions to existing buildings in our commercial districts without triggering a parking variance, which would then send them to either the zoning board, well, usually the planning board. So in this case, they would not be required to get a parking variance and they would not have to come in to the planning board for site plan approval. I think that might have depressed some of the commercial activities and commercial conversions of our buildings. Continue to fine tune the C1 zone district because work still needs to be done. It's too large. The C1 zone district along Bloomfield Avenue, where you permit 6-story buildings, is very large. We've been pushing for years to limit that to where the redevelopment areas are and bring everything back down to 4 stories. And to establish appropriate transitional zones with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Prepare a curbside mobility and parking action plan to effectively manage the often competing interests of loading, short-term parking, long-term parking, and mobility. And I have to say this, amending the sustainability and resilience element. These are specific changes to the language that has been strongly pushed on the planning board to address turf fields. So it's very straightforward, just revising the language very simply, not saying that turf fields are prohibited, but that they have to be very carefully planned. So page 52, say synthetic turf athletic fields that register higher surface temperatures than surrounding areas and natural grass. That would be permitted, getting rid of some of that other language in there, and that when replacement or installation of athletic fields is considered, prioritize non-heat intensive alternatives such as natural grass, period. So that is it for me. So are there any questions?
Well, so to outline the broader process, and then I'll get over to your question. So we have to complete this re-examination by the end of this year, correct?
By November. of
By
this
November
year.
of this year. And so the idea tonight is kind of the introduction, I'll say, to this concept, letting folks know, what some of the things that you've seen are and you've encountered in the last 10 years, your department, getting that out there. And I assume this will all be up on the township website.
It will be.
Okay, so this will be up on the township website. And the idea is to have several of these sessions between now and November so that we as a board have a chance to make our comments, the public have a chance to make their comments, and we can incorporate a lot of this information in well before our November deadline is my hope. So we're not scrambling, so we have time for a thoughtful process here. So tonight is not the only time to, make comments. We will open it up if members of the public do have comments. I'm gonna let the board members go first, and then we'll have the public come up. But you will have, I know this is a lot of information. It's even, and I've seen this before, but it's hard for me to digest a lot of this. And so I want to make sure that everybody knows tonight's not the only night to make comments. Council.
My comment was, everybody has been so good, we all deserve. Like gingerbread.
You're
right there by the yellow bottle. There's cookies. I don't know if there's nothing.
Oh, you're so fun.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah. Yes. I thought you were joking. I'm like, huh? Cookie?
Yeah, perfect.
Food for thought.
Get the blood sugar up.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Counselor.
Counselor.
Oh, Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, for Janice, how should we contemplate the?
And you may have to speak up a little bit, just so people in the back can still hear you.
Sorry.
I know.
How
it's
should we
tough.
contemplate the sections of the presentation that reflected not complete? Like, are there gonna be action, owners, will there be owners assigned? Like, make sure I'm clear how to think about it.
Well, there's a lot. The question is, do we need to change any of our planning documents? Just because it was not complete doesn't mean that it should be done.
Correct, yeah.
Some of these, a lot of these things, we're not made of money, so some of the things that are prioritized get done first. I think what I'm trying, is there anything that should be removed? Is there anything that should be added? Or at the end of the day, do you recommend a whole new plan? And that's why I went through each of our elements, because there's a lot to it. And people can complain about the master plan. But I think there's actually a lot of good in all of our documents. And what we've been focusing on the last couple of years is going in and amending them to get rid of the things that need to be eliminated, adding the new things that you need. Unless you want a whole new plan, or
Thank you.
that's a different animal. So that's essentially, just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean
It's supposed to be.
it's still in the plan. Maybe on next year's agenda.
Thanks.
And so as we move forward to have community input, I think it would be a very good idea to focus perhaps on some of them on specific areas. For example, and here you mentioned the park and recreation. I noticed when you talked about the areas that would fall under mobility is doing that. I think that we have an amazing Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, and that they can be extremely helpful with that. And I think it would be good to bring in, some of the people that we already have in place that could be a part of whatever that team is. But then when we are doing those discussions, say, for example, maybe some people just want to go to a meeting to talk about South End business or Upper Montclair, whatever, and don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time on some of the others. So we might want to consider how we're going to do the presentations to get maximum use out of people and maximum participation and interest. And people would know if you're coming on such and such a date, we're going to spend the lion's share on whatever.
Right.
And then, sure, they can comment on whatever they want to, but know, like maybe some of the major topics. And I'd like to volunteer to work with you on how this is going to look when we break it out, or whoever that team is, if there's already a team.
I don't think we have a team yet,
Okay,
so
well, sign me up.
I think we're making one now.
Okay.
Good. I think that's a great idea to not have
So there,
every
we'll be a
meeting be.
team.
I didn't know if I volunteered. for
Yeah,
every
let's
meeting.
work together.
Not have every meeting be about the
Right.
entire
The whole
plan.
thing.
You know,
Right.
like have, and that way for the public as well, that I think it's a great idea. So you can,
We work together.
There you go. That's,
There you go.
that's
I
the-
guess I
I think, I
didn't-
think,
The ad hoc committee is
I
formed.
think we have a
Well,
team.
yeah, I like to volunteer when I'm making suggestions. Sometimes it helps.
Appreciate
I just
that.
like to make suggestions.
And we
I
just
will
draft, and we
volunteer.
draft you right in as
Yeah,
a
there you
volunteer.
go.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Like along those lines, back in 2023, when we were working on this, I reached out to the Environmental Commission and the Historic Preservation
Right.
Commission and the Housing
Yeah,
Commission.
yeah.
Housing Commission submitted their report, their recommendations for the reexamination report, and those went into our housing plan that we did. The
Yeah.
Environmental Commission, I still have all the recommendations
Yep.
that came from the Environmental Commission. I
Yeah.
know the Historic Preservation Commission's working on it,
Yeah.
so,
I think should we post those kind of as a,
yeah.
a lot of thought and effort went into that, even
Yes.
though I know with the Housing Commission,
Yeah.
that all got rolled into this element, but
Right.
just so folks can see,
Right.
Yeah,
here's some of the thinking that's occurred already, and certainly
Yeah.
things have changed between 2023 and now. But I think that's helpful. I think that might help
Yes.
spark some other ideas.
it will be. Even to see great examples of great work, they can
Right.
go on and say, oh, this is what they're talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
I think this has to be seen as the single most important reexamination that would take place right now. We're at an absolute
Yeah.
crux point in the history of the town, probably the most important
Yeah.
moment since planning in the town was invented. You have a confluence of things that are going on, a gelling of a popular feeling that the town has built out for a variety of reasons. A movement that happened on the council on last Tuesday, to do the biggest single move that goes, and I'm not gonna pass judgment on whether it's right or wrong, but flies absolutely in the face of all progressive planning, as well as the core of the earlier master plan, which is transit-oriented development. And what we did on Tuesday was begin the process to downzone at our key transit hub in our central business district. Nowhere else in the world is this being done right now. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it is a fact that we are downzoning. No, I'm trying to be open-minded. We are downzoning the one part of our central business district that has immediate walkable access to a transit hub. That's a 7-day-a-week transit hub. A. B, as Janice said, retail is changing and we may be over-retailed. That's hugely important. C, a planning meeting right now, a planning reexamination involving transport around town and mobility in 2026 is like one in 1896 before the first car showed up. Because we will soon have cars, a whole new type of car that's going to be going around will radically change everything, especially the need for parking or the way that parking is used. So it's, I think, going to lead to our being totally free in a wonderful way to get rid of parking minimums tied to individual buildings and to do buyouts, or what do we call it, allocations, reallocations of parking of your minimum. So you can keep a minimum and you can do it, send it anywhere else easily. At the same time that's going to be good news, we are going to be looking at more congestion, more street congestion of a different type. But it's going to be all of the pickup and delivery and everything going on is, just going to be changed. It's going to be radically safer in the future. I think we can worry less about safety, but we're going to have more congestion. But fundamentally, these are a bunch of things that are hugely important, all happening at once. And again, the moment that we just had where we downzone the part of the central business district at our transit hub. And if you look at, it's like the first sentence of the master plan is transit-oriented development. So it's kind of like we're going to the moon is the plan, and then we're like, we're not gonna go. So I mean, maybe going to the moon is bad, but like, that is a big change. So I just wanted to say this stuff is not just working around the edges. It's all very, very big. And we'll need a lot of cookies.
Yes, Chairman. So I would just like to respond a little bit to that, the whole notion of down zoning. So actually what happened here in Montclair in and about 2008, 2010, somewhere along that time when we first got very aggressive with this transit oriented type of development. And we were going to each and every one of the train stations. And we said, yes, we have to have higher density around the train stations and so forth. The community jumped right in to, the southernmost areas, the Bay Street train station. And in that area, oh, yes, we're going to put 6 to 8, whatever the densities were. And we had a plan for each and every train station in Montclair. And by the time we made it up to Bellevue Avenue, North Mountain, and Upper Mountain Avenue, the neighbors said at that time, no way, we do not want that here. And they came in and they fought. And so if you notice, there was never anything zoned in those areas. So if we want to talk about down zoning, that's fine, but we have to keep that in the context of then we are now due to move on to Upper Montclair, Bellevue Avenue, North Mountain Avenue, and those are the train stations, and give them some density. So I don't think that the intent, and certainly mine, was not to say, oh yes, we're going to down zone something here. I think if we're going to really do transit-oriented development, we have to do it equally across the township, and we can't let any particular ward or group of residents bear the brunt of all the density. And that did not happen as we did this now. So because they were able to successfully mount a campaign and say, stop, no, we don't want, this high density, we don't want all the traffic. And we did not go into those neighborhoods at this point in time. If it is the will of the council and the majority of people in the neighborhood, then we just pick up where we left off. And so I guess we would start, Watch on Plaza, then we would go to Bellevue Avenue and to Mountain. And there's plenty of space that we can do that if that's what people want. But let's be fair about this when we tell the story so that everybody understands what we're doing. And I don't think it's just fair to say, oh, yeah, we've got a down zone now. No, now we're going to do what many other residents did because people are coming out. And I appreciate all of you for coming out. Residents are realizing that they matter, that your voice is important, and that you guys can be a huge part of what's going on here. And they're exercising their right. And so the residents now in an area that has historically, carried a huge responsibility in terms of density are saying no more. We have enough here. You have to look somewhere else. And so I'm happy to see the residents doing that. And I applaud you guys for standing up.
Again, it's, just a question of I think overall in town, we have to, I'm pretty new, obviously. And I've just, and relatively new at the council. And I've just, I know I don't get a lot of people who say, we need to have a lot more development. So,
right.
It is what it is, and we should just recognize it and work within it and try to work towards zoning that actually reflects the will of the people. Like I said, I wasn't, I was concerned about how quickly we moved on that in the context of this, of there's a master plan and it didn't go to the master plan, and that's fine. The plan changes. And that's what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying it's a very big change.
Yeah, it's a change.
And we're looking at big changes, and we should be being quite deliberate about it and looking down in the future what's going to happen. So
amen.
And I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying.
Okay, good.
Other questions or comments from the board?
With respect to the activity, comments about retail, comments about the commercial aspects of all our business districts, we should probably, let's involve the bid. Let's talk to the business communities when we do this, because, just again, I don't have the information, but Montclair Center and I mean, there seems to be, well, my perspective is, growing up here, we had Haynes, we had stuff. It was really, really active 60s and 70s. And then it just went, and then it sort of really quieted down for a while. Now the activity level that we have is exciting because you can see so many people walking and spending time walking around. So before we think about maybe limiting commercial uses in those spaces, we should really understand, what we're, doing, because I think a little bit of commercial vacancy is also good for rents. If it's too full, then rents really increase, and having some, and also we can eliminate like, for example, the first item that the Bloomfield Avenue redevelopment study area.
Yeah.
You can't even count those as available. They were never intended to be rented. So you can't even count these as vacancies in a way because the owner didn't have any intention to lease them. So maybe they would be filled if they were leased at reasonable rates. So anyway, I think I'd love to get the business community involved.
Yeah, the Upper Montclair Business District also. They might have a little bit different opinion on retail because I know the president of this organization has been here before and said they have retail that's thriving up there. And I think in part because to your point, Tony, there's a lot more foot traffic on the streets. So people are popping into stores, a lot of restaurants, a lot of retail. And I thought the conversation was about expanding the types of stores that we would see in the commercial district, not restricting it. So yeah, I agree with you to bring in the business districts.
We saw what happened with your renewal plan to take out everything from Grove all the way down, and that Glenridge Avenue and Bloomfield Avenue from Grove down to Elm, and that was vibrant. It was quieted down with essentially residential. That there. And also when you take streets like, when a street is double loaded, when there's commercial on both sides, it's a lot more vibrant than it would be if it's just a single side. So we have experience of what happened from, let's say, going from Grove Elm down to Maple on the northern side of Bloomfield. It's really quiet because it's all resi basically. Maybe there's maybe a little bit of retail when we get down to the new properties. But if the retail on the other side faced retail, it would be, I think, just more walkable and active.
Yeah.
And the same on Glenridge Avenue, there's stores on both sides, but but that's history and not.
Anyone else?
Do we need to decide anything? Just
No,
taking it in?
no, we're all taking it. No, I mean, we will have many more meetings to discuss this, both as a board and with the public. And that's what our committee here is going to start laying out schedules and approaches and make sure that, I like this idea of focusing in on certain aspects for each meeting. I think that's going to be helpful and very efficient. So, there will be, and I guess things to consider, how many are with the full planning board, how many are with a few planning board members, because we can certainly have more meetings if it's not a noticed meeting with the whole board. And still it gives members of the board an opportunity to hear from the public directly and bring that back to the full board, and especially with Ms. Talley also there.
Yeah.
So how many members of the public, if you could just raise your hand of who would like to make a comment? I see 3, 4, and this doesn't have to be absolute. I'm just trying to gauge, do folks need a break before we? Yeah.
I choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we're gonna start into public comment on that matter.
Oh, well, that's you. You work here. It's the water fountain. Down by the bathrooms. Okay.
I didn't even notice when I was before. That was great. Everybody was at an understanding level with everybody. It wasn't like I feel that people are like,
Oh, yeah.
Good job. Good job.
I'm excited because I really think we can.
Okay.
Thanks for coming with some of those things earlier today, like the one we just voted on first. So if I have questions, if you don't mind, before a meeting, I'm gonna just come in and say, hey, what did you thought here this? And how we get through until we get here. And I can tell you whatever, but I know it's the process of reading. And so I had a better understanding and I can, get a better idea. And I don't really have that type of relationship like with everybody. Some of us, talk on occasion.
make a comment on the master plan reexamination report, come on up. If you would, stand over here so the microphone can pick you up. I promise we're friendly folks.
Awesome.
And if you could keep it to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it. So we've got 3 more matters to attend to tonight, but it's not necessarily hard and fast.
All right, I am Tanya Carter. I'm at 5 Orchard Court in Montclair. I own a business in the South End Business District, and I'm the president of the South End Business Association. So I'm so looking forward to future meetings, but I just wanted some clarification on a few things. I noticed that about a year ago, we were here, and a lot of the things that were mentioned in the South End Business District plan, we suggested, and they were going to be funded by the block grants, right? Which never happened. And my question and what I would like some clarification on is that just uptown Watchung, and it's gorgeous, right? And the comments on the investment in landscaping techniques and things like that. What I saw in Watchung Town Plaza is everything we need in the South End. The sidewalks are broken with the bricks. I do all of the beautification, me and a couple of the other business owners. We do the planting, we clean up. I tripped over a brick if you're on the, what is it, north, south, east, west side is township. I guess east side is county. So on the west side, the bricks are all broken up. And I tripped over, I sweep across near the trees and things like that. When you get out of the car, broken bricks, right? So when we talk about mobility and we talk about seniors, that's a problem. Been up Watchung. So my question is, like, where did the funds come from? Like, how did Watchung get serviced? Is the question. And I'm just clarification,
Yeah.
like, I'm not sure
I
how
can
this happened.
Okay, so I was like, that's not a planning board thing, so
Oh.
I don't know, but if
I
Ms.
can-
Callen
But
knows-
planning
I can
board
respond.
from the community block grants, I know we were here,
And we tried
Yeah.
to get CDBG funds
Yeah.
for the South End,
right?
when because it doesn't fall within the
Income.
the qualified districts.
Uh-huh.
I took it to the county because I've tried several times to get it done, and I tried to play with the numbers, and every time it doesn't meet the percentage of low income households to benefit, so it doesn't qualify for CDBG funding.
So
And that's why it might have seemed
yeah,
at one time that we were going to be able to do something.
yeah,
And then at a different time, as recently as perhaps the next year or whatever, if the income in a group has changed so much that they no longer qualify, or that the groups in that area no longer qualify for that, then we can't override that. So if we thought so at one time, right? Yeah,
My suggestion is,
Yeah.
it's a county road.
yeah.
Some of those improvements in Watchung Plaza, because it's a county road there, the county's made some of those. I think we should put a lot of pressure on the county to make improvements to the South End.
but it's in the planning.
Mhm.
It's in the report.
It's in the report.
We understand you need those improvements,
Right.
wider sidewalks, more street trees.
But how does Watchung get it? It's in their report too. I know you had mentioned the
They
investment. in
haven't
landscape
been part of it. I mean,
it's a question.
Watchung Plaza, the park was
Yeah.
done through a grant from NJDEP, but that was just the park.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have, as far as I know, received any funds to make
The
sidewalk
traffic light was
improvements.
it.
So they got a grant through the what?
No, they don't. They didn't.
Yeah.
They
Department of
The park.
Environmental Protection,
Oh, okay,
for the park.
for the park itself.
Yeah.
Okay,
the area that you're talking about that has the
right,
paths and
oh,
stuff.
that's lovely.
And this is why I know Jake is Jake still here?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Jake, we've talked about this before.
Yes.
This is a big issue. It's a county road. We should be really pushing for the county to make this. It's a county road, and I think we should really be, the county took the lead on making the improvements on Bloomfield Avenue.
So at the most recent Complete Streets Oversight Board meeting, we passed a resolution talking about our feelings on the county's local safety action plan, which specifically touched on Grove Street. And one of the things we talked about was what it didn't cover, and that included incorporating suggestions for the the rest of that corridor, right? So Elm and Orange Road down in the south end. And one of the specific asks in that resolution was for them to think about the circulation pattern down there and how it may be improved and whether it's still appropriate for the current uses. And so that is something we're thinking about and trying to get some movement on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Did you have any other questions or, okay? Others? Yeah, just come on up. Whoever wants to go next, just come on up. We'll do it a little informally.
Hi, I'm Helen Lippman. I'm part of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation at Montclair, and we've been involved with the YIGB, obviously. And basically, on behalf of our group, we want to thank you for mentioning the faith-based housing and but I would just want to say, given that in 10 years, the need for affordable housing has increased so much, to me, so visibly in town. And I'm hoping to see that there's incorporated more steps, more support for affordable housing, including the faith-based housing. And then I want to say something as private resident, something ridiculous, but it's about parking. I've always wondered how come the distance from parking to corner, the space left is double what I have seen in any other place in my whole life. And it seems like just a way to have less parking. And just for what it's worth, I throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's funny because some people are saying move them back because they can't see around the corner.
Did you need one more time? Oh.
Yeah.
You don't.
Sure.
Sure, Mr. Neiman.
If I may.
Welcome back.
So the reason there's so much distance between where parking is and the corner is to provide sightlines and make sure you can see pedestrians and other road users trying to get around. Parking very close to the corner really inhibits those sightlines and makes it a lot more dangerous to be going around, walking, biking.
Right. And we have 1,000 people telling us to move back because they can't see. Right. Parking close.
More parking, less parking.
I'm Sarah Avery. I live at 25 Irving Street in Montclair, and I'm here to talk about affordable housing because affordable housing in Montclair is really it's a disaster. And you spoke about the missing middle housing. Well, the destruction of naturally occurring affordable housing has been very severe, and it's basically started in 2019. But I'm going to start with these maps. But you can see this black outline, that's Montclair. The blue is first class, I'm sorry, the green is first class, blue is second class, the yellow is third class, and the red is fourth class. And there are 3 separate redlined districts, former redline districts in Montclair, D20, D21, and D22. Now I have, in my analysis, I've primarily focused on D21 because that's where I live and where I own property. Now, over here, this is a sort of a zoom in to D21, and you see I have boxed in here a few streets, which is Washington, a New Mission, and then I'm going to talk about Wheeler Street, which is just over here. And this is a bigger blow up detail of those areas. Now, Montclair is an urban aid municipality, and that is a designation that was created by law in 1978. And so I haven't pinned it down yet, but I assume that Montclair was designated an urban aid municipality around 1978, the late 70s, and pretty much corresponds with, the segregated schools. Now, after the redlining was repealed, by the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. These red line districts, they became the low and moderate income census tracts, which are the basis for the urban aid municipality status. And because of that status, that is why Montclair doesn't have the affordable housing obligation that other municipalities have. But what has happened in Montclair is, well, let me.
And
Talk
this will go towards I assume, the housing element of the reexamination
Yes.
report? Okay.
Now, the Fair Housing Act, New Jersey Fair Housing Act of 1985, down for a minute, stated there is a need to assist municipalities in the rehabilitation of housing for occupancy by low and moderate income households. To this end, a specific program for housing rehabilitation by municipalities would best serve this need. It is the intent of the legislature that this program will be utilized, especially in urban areas, which were the main recipients of regional contribution agreements to continue to upgrade housing stock in order to provide a wide variety and choice of housing for people living in the area, right? So the people who lived in these areas, the Fair Housing Act of 1985, the intent was the housing stock should be rehabilitated for the people who lived there. But now what has happened? These are just some excerpts of maps. This is Mission Street. This is New Street. This is Washington Street. And over here, this is Wheeler Street. In the dark blue, those are all properties that I've identified that are all, I call them luxury, right? Because you have market rate rentals and then you have luxury rate rentals. So, for example, right here on Wheeler Street, when number 13 was completed, it went on the market for $7,000 a month. Now let's remember, these streets are all in the low and moderate income census tracts that gave Montclair is the basis for Montclair's status as an urban aid municipality, and Montclair got aid over the years to rehabilitate properties. So the blue, those are all the properties that I've identified. Doesn't mean there aren't more that are now luxury, unaffordable. The properties I've identified on just those 4 streets, 41%. There's 128 properties on those 4 streets. 41% of those properties, formerly naturally occurring affordable housing, have been converted to luxury. Now you'll see some of these properties I have outlined in red. Those are properties that the zoning board gave variances to, multiple variances. There were 17 applications that went through the zoning board for 19 properties. So not 1 application, not 2, but 17. There wasn't 1 member of the public who attended any of those hearings. Why? Because only owners are noticed, not tenants. So what that means is all the people, all the low and moderate income people who lived in all of those properties had no say. They were completely disenfranchised. And how I first got started on this investigation is I own a house on Wheeler Street.
that is within 200 feet of 13 Wheeler Street. And I was not noticed. And that's when I started to investigate what was going on in the historically African-American, formerly redlined districts, low and moderate income census tracts of Montclair. Now,
So do you have a recommendation for how we address this in the reexamination report?
first I'm giving you the facts,
Mhm.
and then we'll work up to recommendations, but this is a very serious problem.
I don't
because-
disagree with that. I just.
So
know
we
we've got
know
other
now
people
that the
wanna
affordability
speak.
has been completely obliterated. And now where I live on Irving Street, it's on here somewhere. Now my street, which was naturally occurring affordable housing, 4 houses have been turned into McMansions. So now the affordability of my street, the 2 streets, I own a house on Wheeler Street, I own a house on Irving Street. So what do I see? I see the increasing gentrification and I see the decreasing diversity. And to my mind, it's completely illegal because the Fair Housing Act of 1985 and the urban aid municipality status that Montclair has had since at least 1978. Look at the outcome. This is a complete failure because the people who lived here, those homes were supposed to be rehabilitated for the people who lived there. And now you have a waiting list for affordable housing of 20 or 30,000 people. I mean, doesn't that just tell you that we have completely failed? And what I want to say about all of the ones in red, the zoning board concluded, whereas the board, based upon the foregoing findings, concluded that the applicant, this is not the low-income moderate, right? This is the out-of-town developer who came in and scooped up these properties for a bargain. The applicant did prove peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties, an exceptional and undue hardship with regard to the requested variances, which all had to do with setbacks, bulk, and parking, right? Parking reduction, bulk increase, setback, you know.
So what do we do
So,
about
hold
that? I'm trying
on.
to get.
Let me finish. Let me just finish
But I
this.
do need to get this to the reexamination report, right? I understand your position and I don't think you're.
Well, this has got to stop. It's
Okay,
got to
so-
stop. So
so-
you have to put in some controls.
Okay,
You know, I see Councilor Harrison has left. But he had the power to not grant those variances. How could the Board
so
of
your
Adjustment,
recommendation is for the Board of Adjustment to not grant variances?
the Board of Adjustment, they don't know the history of the town, evidently. They don't care about the people who live here because this is the result of the zoning board's influence, right? This is the result of the zoning board's influence. And let me just finish
But we
their
can't-
conclusion.
We're the planning board. We don't control the zoning board.
Well, you got to put it in the master plan.
But we can't, the master plan
I actually
doesn't.
think it's in there, by the way.
Well, nobody follows it. So
what's
here
in
we
there?
have
I
a
mean, the
plan that
master-
nobody
The housing
follows.
plan calls for the preservation of naturally
Right.
occurring.
But it doesn't. No one has taken any steps. Not one step has been taken by this town to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. Now, what do you have to do to enforce it? I don't know. That's not my job.
That's the
But
question.
that's-
But that's not my
You're right.
job.
We just put it in at the last.
That's
time,
not
at the
my
last
job.
time.
It's in there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
we have a serious crisis here
Yes, we do.
because of neglect.
I don't.
It's neglect.
And I don't disagree, I don't have a problem. All we can do as a planning board is to put the things into the master plan.
Oh, but hold on a minute. The planning board has approved plenty of things, just not these in particular,
I
but the
agree.
planning board has approved plenty. You
Yes.
just approved something tonight that you probably shouldn't have approved. Okay, but
But-
here it
but-
says,
but
again,
what
let me
we
just, can I just finish this one
Well,
statement? Because I think it's important.
Okay,
All right. and proved that variances could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance pursuant to, which is a complete fiction, right? So if this town is not committed to the residents, it doesn't matter what you put in that master plan, because what my analysis has proved is that this town, whoever you are, if it's the planning board, the zoning board, the town council, they don't care about the residents because the residents have all been evicted.
Okay, thank you.
Janice, was it just in the fourth round that we put the part about preserving the naturally occurring, or was it in there before that?
No, that's the fourth round plan.
Right, so
Calls for
that's, then
putting
it's
in
new, but then that's something
restrictions
that,
on-
right,
We want to restrict the size of the additions. in
Right.
this exact neighborhood.
They just put on additions on those houses.
Well,
Three houses just had big additions, and I brought it to everyone's attention, and everyone dismissed my concerns. It doesn't matter. You know, you can come here and explain things and nobody cares.
I think, can I just say, I've heard what you said. We put it in the plan. And the next step, once the litigation is finished, is to actually implement the zoning changes to reduce the size of the additions and establish floor area ratios, which would limit this. But we have to get there.
The damage has been done and the damage is irreparable.
Well, if the damage has been done and is irreparable, then there's nothing else we can do.
yeah.
Well, you've never done anything anyway. All you do is pay lip service.
Right, next.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Kate Albright, 176 Midland Avenue.
Thank you.
This goes kind of to the conversation earlier between Councilor D'Amato and Mayor Baskerville about building density around train stations and so on. So I just feel like the appetite for making our town more exclusive and unaffordable is really disheartening. We are in the middle of a housing crisis with a severe need for affordable housing, both low and middle income households. So why are we focusing on downsizing parts of Bloomfield Avenue? Why not jump straight ahead to what you were suggesting and upzoning parts of Upper Montclair, especially around the train stations? It's in the master plan. That's something we should really be working on. Okay, and to Mayor Baskerville's point, to show how unbalanced this town has been, the fourth ward has 582 affordable units. The third ward has 170. Second ward, 22. And do you want to guess how many the first ward has?
3.
I thought 2, but did we add one?
Okay, no, I'm just.
2. We would have had, listen, we would have had 3 if you all
Okay.
approved the 260 Park Street. I don't understand why that wasn't approved. That's density around the train station.
Yeah.
Makes so much sense. And would add an affordable unit to a very, very measly amount of affordable units in the first ward. So it's very, very disheartening to hear about this downsizing, which will only add to the housing crisis and not adding to the upzoning of Upper Montclair, which is exclusive. Back to Sarah Avery's point about redlining. Today, because of inequalities in income and generational wealth, minorities are less able to afford single-family homes. In Montclair, we have large areas zoned specifically for single-family homes. By clustering more affordable multifamily dwellings apart from these single-family homes, we continue the legacy of redlining and segregation throughout our town. So this bounces back again to the need to upzone Upper Montclair. It's exclusive, it's white. We're making our town more and more wealthy and more white. And that's sad that we're talking about downzoning instead of upzoning areas. And I think that's all I have for my notes.
Good
Right.
point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott.
Okay, William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. This is probably going to be my second time around with monitoring the master plan reexamination.
Yes.
Okay, because back in 2024, 2023,
think.
okay, we had the presentation. Matter of fact, it was based on your master plan reexamination reports that hit on specific 6-point portions of the master plan. And there were subcommittees, you guys were on certain of these subcommittees. Well, I guess this new master plan reexamination report is a complete start over. Okay, so.
I wouldn't say that. We started the process in 23 because we have to do it within 10 years. And we had free time in the beginning of 23. So we started the process and then we got busy.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't say this is a restart. I think one thing we had talked about earlier was posting some of those reports that, say, the Housing Commission did, the Environmental Commission, as part of that 2023 evaluation, putting that on the township website so that residents and everybody can see some of the work that's already done. And I think it's a good jumping off point. I'm not saying that everything from 23 should now get carried into 26 because things have changed, but there was a lot of good effort, including by you and others in the township. We don't want to throw that away. I want to build upon
Well,
it.
that really is very important because there were recommendations that were
Absolutely.
made and some good recommendations of things
I
we
agree.
could work through. So that was very important. But I think one thing that it's really has always concerned me is the fact that, we talk about preserving the character of the
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Hopefully now we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to follow up on Miss Avery's, in addition to her
Oh, tick.
definition of Montclair's urban aid definition and categorization, it's based on, from what I found out, there's only 2 towns in the state of New Jersey that got that designation on the fact of vacant land. Vacant land, okay, not
Vacant land.
vacant land, okay? Vacant land. Now, so that can be confirmed, okay? But from what my research, out of 540 towns in the state of New Jersey, Montclair's designation was on basic land, vacant land. And the vacant land, okay, when you're looking at your RO and ROA zones, and you've got lots that are 2, 3, 4, 5 acres, okay, but you've got a house sitting on that, it takes into consideration the entire square footage. So that's not really vacant land, okay? So that's something that I think we really need to, in addition to what Avery was saying, I think that that's another point, that how Montclair got that designation is interesting, very interesting, but I don't want to get into that. But when you look at the designation, it's based on vacant land, or Montclair is a built-out community. And if Montclair has not built in the first and the second ward for the last 60, 70 years, it is not a built-out community.
All right. Good point.
It needs to be, the point is that, like, the zone is a zone. So, and where you look for it, that's great. People should look at places. Now, I always say that for me, it is about aesthetics and form, a lot of it. So I live in a, what people would think is the absolute archetypal, we live, in the absolutely archetypal R1 zone. I get out in the morning, I open my door, and there's a beautiful house across from me that is, as of last week, not only a 2-family house, but will soon be a 3-family house because it has an ADU that is in the back, or it'll be. So the point is that, and actually from my sight lines, I look right at my front yard at 2-family houses, but it is not a thing. They're existing non-conforming, and it's sort of a naturally occurring thing. But to change it, designation of like a block is obviously it's a tough process. You could do it in places, but we also have in the first ward, there is actually a lot of land in the NC zone, and it's very inefficiently used because of the parking minimums. That's fundamentally it. It's like, so there are, again, we can't talk about applications, but there are interesting things that's happening, and there will be residential development in parts of it for sure. I don't know, but come up with language that can be, that can be done there. But overall, I mean, this board, my objective, and then I'll shut up. My objective is that the zoning reflects where the town is really at, so that every development application is not a battle to the death that falls onto the land use boards, because it's not fair to the volunteers of the boards, and it's not what the process is supposed to be. It's supposed to be when somebody pulls an application, it should be like, okay, we're talking about some little small thing, not like 260 Park where it is, tearing part of the neighborhood apart. So whatever it is, put it down on paper, and I'm sure, as always, it will be very thoughtful and
I'd just like to, first of all, thank you, because I know we've had those conversations for a long time and not getting much traction even from the Housing Commission when we first started talking about the RO zone. But it's very simple language. We can just say something as simple as the RO zones, permitted uses in RO zones will be assisted living, group housing, housing for our unhoused population, and, the veterans housing. Exactly. Simple, boom, write it down. And then I guess the council would just have to pass it and agree to it. This is not, something that's like, you have to go into the back room or have a sidebar on. It has to be the will of the people to do that. You know what I mean? There has to be the will, first of all of the council people to agree that when you have large, facilities that may be able to accommodate multiple unhoused people or, assisted living, that it's okay to do that.
Well, I would say, first of all, group home is it is a permitted use, I believe, in all zones.
No,
the group home as defined in the municipal land use law.
Which is a single kitchen.
That's,
Oh.
that's your complaint. That has to be a licensed group.
Oh, licensed group home, yeah.
Which if it's unlicensed, then.
It's just a single
then
family.
it's
So let's
not
go
protected.
assisted living, housing for the unhoused, multiple affordable units. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with any zoning in the RO that gives us permission to do that, and I've asked for many, many years now. And so to the best of my knowledge, it's not there, but this is something that you're interested in, and we can get the majority of the council to vote on that. We could make this happen. Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the year, Mr. Scott.
I hope so. I'm
Me
getting
too.
older.
But again, I mean, if we are down zoning, I mean, the overall feeling of the town is that it's congested and that people feel, the word I've been using is dysphoria. People kind of go out and they feel like, where am I? There's a lot of congestion and stuff like that. I don't personally feel that a lot of the time. I feel it some of the time. I feel it at Watchung Plaza.
Yeah.
You know, driving down and like the fact that you can't really bicycle and all this stuff. And I talk to the residents and like no one is clamoring that I meet on the street that we should be, that Watchung Plaza needs to be, well, it's not really in my ward either, most of it. But yeah, these are absolutely great conversations. It's all trade-offs though. You're always just trading one set of a problem for another set of problems. And you know, it's hard work. That's all. But it's a great.
But permitted use,
Yep,
that's the key.
yep.
That is the key. I
Real
mean,
simple.
because once you identify those uses are available, if they're not going in and going to clear cut, you know, half of the RO or ROZ zone and put in, you know, 3,000 or 4,000 assisted living facilities or nursing homes or whatever the case might be, there is a need. Okay, and I think there's an
Unhoused, that's
opportunity.
right.
And I think the purpose of providing permitted use gives you opportunity. That's all we're
I
looking
think it's a
for.
really interesting, and in the future,
Good point.
families are not particularly large. I mean, it is really, I mean, I live in a 2,400 square foot house and it feels big to me. So we do, you know, there is a question of what is some of this real estate, but obviously for people who live there, you know, it's not, it's like the neighbors, like anywhere else. We should be compassionate and thoughtful as we do it and take it away.
Thank you for your time.
Just to remind folks, we do have 3 other things to get to tonight, but
10:15,
I
past
know.
their bewitching hour.
I fully agree with that. But I want to just reiterate, I appreciate the discussion. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I just know there's other opportunities we're going to have
To
these
do more of
conversations,
these,
so.
yeah.
I'm going to
with
be
that-
very short and I'm not going to dial down because you said you're going to have individual
We will have more.
pieces. So
Correct.
this is just a general thought, which is that, oh, I'm sorry, Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. Which is that in the plan as it exists, we can deduce guiding principles and values, but they are not actually stated in a larger way. So let me just give an example. We value all 4 wards equally. If that is stated up front, then it really helps to make decisions like where are we upzoning? That was brought up tonight. If we are talking about affordable housing and short-term rental, what is it? It would be a regulation. So a short-term, when we approve short-term rentals at Lackawanna Plaza, we would say that's not okay, that's not good for the residents. So I think that there needs to be, it doesn't have to be a lot, it can be simple, but guiding principles which help decide what happens when, where, who, how, and what. And that, there are people in this room that have disagreements in the audience about how these things should happen, but the guiding principle is the same. So it's not to say we're all going to agree on how to do it,
Right.
but at
Good
least we will know it's very important to this town that we have affordable housing, for example. So I am happy to put forth what I think some of those, not now,
No, I think.
what those are, but I think that that is super important and it will help defray a lot of the feelings of frustration and anger at individual projects that happen in the town all the time. That's it. Good night. Thank you.
And just
Thank you very much.
send proposed thoughts to Ms. Tally
Okay.
as part of this. It would be helpful and she'll
Good
get them
point.
over to us.
Thank you.
Guiding principles, like that.
I'm gonna set a timer.
I see
So
that. I
I,
appreciate
so I can, because I also need to like. So my name is David Corfidge. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. A lot of the stuff I think is talked about zoning. I'm gonna try to look big picture. I do sometimes feel, I could be wrong, but I do sometimes feel people want to kind of freeze Montclair in glass, and I think it's important not to do that. There's a quote which really stuck with me from the writer Louise Erdrich, which is that, I wrote it down so I could remember, things which do not grow and change are dead things. So I encourage you to think about, like, Montclair is an evolving town. I live on Tuxedo Road. 100 years ago, it was cornfields, and now it's a lovely street, and it could be a lovely but different street 100 years from now. I think that how we design the buildings and the standards we lay down is just as important as other things. So in terms of change, I actually would like to speak on behalf of encouraging open density. I think that does actually help. There's a lot of evidence that encourages, it can bring down housing prices. There's been studies, there's examples of towns that can happen a lot of different ways. I live off of Grove Street and I see all the one-story buildings along Grove, and that's a zoning thing, not for you guys necessarily, but it'd be easier, great members of the Township Council to make it easier to build up on top of the existing building. You could have 2 more stories there and that would build stuff out. Also, I would also agree with the missing middle. And I just had the idea of, like, there's urban centers and just they gradually spread out. It would be a gradual process. It would build more housing. It would keep the character of the town, not frozen, but evolving over time. And I think if that's a vision where, like, it's amazing to me that a block away from Washington Square, you have single family housing, right? So I encourage that you all to think about a plan which envisions gradually moving these things out over time. It will take a long time, in the same way that my street was residential was farmland until 100 years ago. And now 2 blocks over, on Oxford, there's 2 family houses, and you would never know they were there. They look just like the houses on my street, right? I would also, like, as you may know from a real environmental background, so I would encourage you to really think about walkability. It's in there in the original plan, but I really think it should be encouraged. There's a lot of evidence that walkability and bikeability and active mobility are good for the town in a variety of ways. So I'd love to see a strong emphasis on the plan. And that might include things like I know, like, Northeast Montclair up around, up on Grove is it's kind of a commercial desert, right? There's literally, if you want to, like, where I live, I can walk to a drugstore, I can walk to a pizza place, I can walk to a liquor store, I can walk to a dry cleaner. If you live up around Northeast, there's nothing. You walk to ice cream, which is great. But aside from that, there's not much up there. So I encourage you to think about maybe even dotting small commercial areas, and also economic development to encourage the kind of things that people want to go to. I know retail's changed. On the other hand, when I go into American Royal Hardware, they always have customers. Like, they're a local hardware store and they're always busy. So there was still demand in town for that. And finally, last thing I'll say is encouraging active mobility and biking. I think there's been one of the things, there's actually a lot of interest in biking in town. Bike buses going. I'm involved with the Grove Street Greenway effort. I know there's encouraging in town. I've been encouraging the town to create a bike plan. So that's just an extension of the walkability and active mobility side of things, which I would love to see incorporated. It's already there, but there's a stronger emphasis as we move forward. Okay. Thank you. And thank you all for your late night. Have a good night, everyone.
About 26, come on out.
Others from the public?
For the
I
green.
don't think so. I think everybody's left. Okay. So our committee our master plan reexamination subcommittee will take a look at scheduling some new events and outlining what this will look like. Leaving us plenty of time to have our meetings, say September, October, so we can meet the November deadline.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Next up, we have council referral ordinance O-26-08, which is the change to the cannabis definitions.
Reexamination committee.
That is Ms. Wallace, Mayor Baskerville, and Ms. Tally is part of it. Would you like to also join?
I thought I was on it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you,
I thought I wasn't, yeah, I thought.
oh, the master plan subcommittee, right.
Yeah.
You may be. I don't, we haven't even done committee assignments. We now have a new member. I don't think we even did committee assignments when Ms. Wallace got here. We probably need to do that. Maybe not tonight,
Yeah.
if that's acceptable to the board.
Is totally.
But we'll put that on the agenda for maybe next time if we can put, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Tally's already on it.
Okay.
Of course she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a good point. So I guess this is a bit of an ad hoc, but
Yeah.
if you'd like to be involved, or if you think it should be the master plan committee instead, but at least this will get it started, and then after we assign or reassign committee assignments, we can discuss.
So.
For all of you.
Yes, I mean, at least we have people that are like,
Yeah.
I want to be
let's
involved,
do it.
so
Yeah.
this
yeah.
is good.
But however, yep.
Do you want to discuss the cannabis?
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't prepare a memo because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. This is an amendment to expand the licenses. The township's expanded the license. And when we were evaluating that, the attorney realized that there are some definitions that should be in the zoning ordinance to be consistent with our cannabis. So mainly, this is really cleaning up our definition section in the zoning ordinance to reflect cannabis ordinance. It's pretty straightforward.
And is the question before us consistent, is this consistent with the master plan? Is that our job here?
That's your job.
Okay.
Actually, the master plan doesn't really talk about cannabis uses.
Sure.
We did mention it in the reexamination report, at least my draft examination report, because it's a new law, and we think it's consistent with kind of trying to keep our uses and our requirements up to date. This changing world, so.
Yeah.
So we're just voting, whether it's consistent with the master plan.
Yeah, we're evaluating whether it's consistent and
This section
inconsistent.
is just a definition.
Right.
Correct. So I agree with Ms. Talley. Our master plan doesn't mention cannabis establishments, so mainly, I would propose that these new definitions are not inconsistent with the master plan, because I can't say it's consistent because there's nothing in it.
Nothing there, right?
Right, and
Absolutely.
I searced several of the elements for the word cannabis and couldn't find it.
Yeah.
What's the time sensitivity?
We're
getting ready to read.
I think we only have 45 days, is it, Ms. Talley?
Yeah.
We have 45 days from the date of the council referral, so I don't think we can wait until November.
Yeah.
Right.
But certainly we can add some of this to the reexamination report because I think it is an important concept. Anybody else have any other questions, comments? Then I would move to, yeah, basically what I said. This is not inconsistent with the master plan. Second by Mayor Baskerville.
All in favor?
Aye. All right, next up, we have the council referral for the ordinance to rescind the Elm New Mission Area redevelopment plan and amend the zoning map and ordinance.
So, yes, I know that the planning board, we spent a lot of time creating that new zone district for the area that was formerly is in the Elm New Mission Street plan, redevelopment plan. And there were quite a few questions at the council level, so the council tabled it. We worked it, sat down and reworked some of the recommendations, and where we ended up was there's a desire rather than to go to 4 stories because these lots are not very deep. It's immediately adjacent to an R2 family zone, and the push was chance it should be 3 stories. So immediately we have I think it's the C3 zone district.
Yes.
Which permits commercial development with a maximum height of three stories. That's what we put down Glenridge Avenue, and it's over on Church Street. So the recommendation was to apply that for this area on Bloomfield, on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue between Elm Street and Maple Avenue. So
This was introduced at the council meeting and referred here to the planning board for consistency with the master plan. Even my memo, it's not exactly consistent with the master plan, because the master plan calls for 4 stories in this area, and 3 stories. So that's where we are. And as a result, when this does go before a public hearing before the council, all of the individual property owners will have to be noticed.
I'm sorry, all of the what?
All of the individual property owners within this area to be rezoned will be noted, because it's inconsistent with the master. It's not as part of the master.
As it stands now.
Yes.
They would need to be notified if they don't.
No, if it's as a result of the master plan, they don't have to be notified. If the master plan, adopted master plan calls for a zone change, you don't have to notify everybody, you know, within that zone.
I don't think that's the case. If that property is being rezoned, you don't have to notify. I think there's a specific,
If it's done as part of a master plan,
I don't think so.
you're wrong.
But that's part of the master plan? No, individual notes.
What, is that in the last?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Okay, so most people don't know what's in the master plan. And you're taking value away. And you're not telling. What's wrong?
That's the municipal land use law. So I don't think that's really not
I
applicable.
always thought that if someone was going to rezone a property, down it, that the owner of that property would be notified. I never thought it was buried in some, because the master plan has intent. It doesn't, it's a lot of pages of non-specifics. We have this sort of general objective. How do you sort of tie that very general nature of the master plan to specific intent for properties?
It goes back to the master plan includes maps. The master plan includes very specific densities. So you may disagree, but that's the law in New Jersey. And when we've made changes as a result of the master plan, we don't notify individual property owners. I only brought it up because I felt that this is different, and we definitely will have to notify the property owners. Because it's different, it's not what the master plan calls for.
Well, let's look at the legal aspect. But I'm not gonna be based on general knowledge and it seems like, by downzoning someone's property, if I had it in R2, and then somewhere it said, we're thinking about maybe doing this.
There's no such thing as thinking about it. The master plan has a map, and the map is adopted, and it may say, this property is R2, this property is R1. That's a policy document. That's the public hearing, that's the policy document.
Right. So then when the council goes to actually effectuate that.
They're not individually noticed.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, is this, what are we voting?
No, you're not voting on anything. This is a recommendation to the council on the proposed C3 zone on Bloomfield Avenue. That's all. And the focus of the planning board is this consistent with the next one?
But it's not.
So section 13 of the MOU says, quote,
Hang on.
the planning board shall give public notice of a hearing on adoption, revision, or amendment to the master plan. Such notice shall be given by publication in the official newspaper in the municipality, if there be one, or in the newspaper of general circulation in the municipality at least 10 days prior to the hearing.
Well, that's the master plan. We're talking about actual zoning change, not the master plan. What requirement is there if the council is changing zoning? That's just what notice the planning board would need to give to discuss the master plan. So that's not my point.
I see. I don't think that's the MOU. I think it's part of the public.
We'll look into it. Tony, I've been doing this for 40 years. I'm pretty sure that in all my work, if it's in the master plan, You make the zoning consistent with the master plan, you don't have to notify individual property owners.
But Janice, you're saying, but I don't want us to get too far off track on this specific point. If, right, for this specific issue, they will be noticed.
Absolutely.
Okay, so these people will be noticed. These people will be noticed. So,
we have a master plan.
Yeah.
And this is clearly not consistent with the master plan, so saying.
Yeah.
Pizza is consistent with a hot dog, it's not.
And that's how I think
Just
you,
the
the
note.
planning board, are we?
Well, hang on.
No, that's-
Mayor.
I just have a question. So, considering that the areas around it, right, very consistent with what's there, the existing development in that area is very consistent with the C3. So what are the options to get that particular area consistent with what is in close proximity to it, is what I need to know. What are my choices? I understand and receive that, you know, it's not consistent with the zoning as it stands now. So what are the options? Because I believe that the purpose and intent was to get it consistent with what is there.
I think the planning, what you need to do as a planning board is decide is if this zone change is consistent with the purposes of the master plan. Now, I'm saying my opinion is technically it's not, because this is 3 stories and the master plan calls for 4 stories. However, the master plan also calls for context, appropriate scale and neighborhood preservation, and it does call for reducing the height, although in here it's going from 6 to 4. And this is 6 to 3. So it's kind of.
sorry, this is 6 to 3, you said, Janice, right?
This is 6 to 3.
Yeah, okay.
The plan, master plan is going from 6 to a new zone, which is what we've done. We developed a new
What's the
zone.
Central Valley? Something you said earlier when you were going there, was that 3-story?
The village. I think.
The village, what's the village?
3-story.
Okay, so this is consistent with the village, right? So.
But it's not shown in the village category on the map.
Okay.
Maps are important. The map is.
Oh, we learned how important maps
Shows
are.
us-
Boy, we learned how important
You have a
maps are.
maximum height
I
of 4
agree.
stories.
Right.
The question, and honestly, you know that these properties are very narrow. Some of the other business districts are bigger and they're bordered by streets.
Mhm.
Here you have a 6-story zone immediately adjacent to an R2 zone.
Right,
So it's a little bit different, and that's why
very different.
I didn't feel that going from 4 stories to 3 stories was such a problem, because it's immediately adjacent to the R2 zone, right behind those homes. There's no street there, there's no other separation. So maybe you think that
And we were trying to
Even though
change
it's-
those side streets to the
even though
R2
it's-
zone.
even though the master plan calls for 4 stories here, is the idea of going from 4 stories to 3 stories consistent with maybe the transitional perspective for this area in the master.
Appropriate scale.
Why, if we're about to do a master plan examination, why wouldn't we address that between now and then?
Because the council introduced this ordinance and you are being asked to comment on it.
It's very sensitive.
Janice, from a
Yes.
practical
You
standpoint,
have 45 days
45
to.
days.
but also Janice, from a practical standpoint, if somebody were to submit an application now, they are subject to the 6.
Yes, right now it's.
So the council would want to minimize how many applications could be submitted at 6 stores.
Right
Is
now,
this, how long is it been since road?
I don't know,
honestly, it's been 6 stories probably since 1920.
since a leach building. went
Okay,
up,
okay,
yeah.
so it's not unusual.
Yeah, just
No, but
now, they've changed some other things in the area and they're looking to change side streets over to R2, so back to R2. So by changing this to lower height, it's going to be, I guess,
I mean,
appropriate scale, contact and appropriate scale.
part of what we did, we first went to the council with the suggestion is taking the C1 zone on Hartley Street, and we was at
Right.
several lots.
Right.
The adjacent, right across the street from it's the R2 zone, so
Right.
I think all of this is trying to make better neighborhood, you know, R2, basic R2 on both sides of Hartley Street, and keeping the more intense development, more appropriate development. I think, with that.
Yeah, you have almost like a standalone 6-story building,
Right.
you know, surrounded by low rise. It's very odd.
What are the options? What are the options, Janice, in terms of a vote? What are the options?
There have been none.
If, say, for example, I'm interested in doing that, right? But then you say no because this says that it has to be something else. What are the options?
But it doesn't matter what the planning board does, though, because the council
The
can
council
has
can't
just
do that,
override
right?
it.
But I
So
mean, but is there a way that
you
we
can
could also
vote.
go along with that, or really we can't? I mean, really, I just want to know their options here.
Is the planning board, what are our
Yeah,
options
what's the
tonight?
options for the planning board if we were to? Yeah, what are those options?
I mean, the planning board has to make a decision as to really on its consistency with the master plan.
Yeah.
And then the council can, heed the planning board's recommendation, or they can do their own, go separate from the planning board's recommendation and do what they want, as long as they state the reasons. So,
Right. Well,
And
one
we
question.
can't state some reasons that while this, is consistent because of the appropriate scale or something else that we feel that it'd be in the benefit of the neighborhood not to, and then vote against it.
But the master plan just says.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand because there's some stuff I don't understand.
As long as your reason is for doing so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they did a
As the
Lackawanna, like
council.
having a Lackawanna.
That's the council.
Yeah.
We already did and we will do it, but the planning board should, as a body, look out for its own prerogatives. And frankly, I wasn't on this body, but like, there was a lot of work done on the CD zone. There was a lot of work done on Lackawanna Plaza. It doesn't get the attention to, but it'd be nice to, lay a marker down and just say, this is what we, and earlier on, that this body had decided on this new CD zone. Wasn't involved in making it, but there was work that went into it. So just to recognize that this is not the master plan, which is what the exercise right now is about. Does it conform to the master plan? Answer two. It's okay, it will pass, but clearly the plan will be updated. But the plan as it's written now says.
Yeah, I just have one practical question. If we were to, vote, no, I'm not saying everybody's being.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying everybody's being impractical. I meant maybe technical, sorry, maybe a technical question, not practical.
No.
But technically speaking, if we were to vote that this were in conformance with the master plan, would these people be notified still? Or is it only if we vote that it's
I would
inconsistent?
still notify them.
They would still be notified
No matter
either way.
what, I think you kind of have to notify them.
They have to be in either way. That's just what I was,
I'm reading from 4055B 62.1. Notice of hearing on any of those books. Notice of hearing on amendment to zoning change the classification of boundaries of the zoning commission, exclusive of a classification of boundaries being recommended for the examination of the master plan is required in at least 10 days prior to hearing. To be exclusive of what's recommended in the master plan. If you change the zone, again, 4055B. I could be wrong. It's just the first paragraph of it says that you have to give notice with respect to the master plan. Then it goes on to say if you're changing zoning, exclusive of what the master plan says, you have to give notice. Which makes sense.
That makes sense, but if it's part of the master plan, you don't.
It says it,
Well, if I could just interject, I think it's a good question to raise. I don't think we need to debate it
My
tonight.
point is that the reason why this law exists is that you're revaluing these properties. People will be just like general. No one's ever built a C1 property. No one's ever built C1. It just doesn't work. So we're protecting ourselves against something that had never happened. The big stuff happened in the development sector in Montclair. Maybe there's been some C4 stuff. It's really hard. These properties are really shallow. This zone calls for 60-foot widths. Very few of these properties have 60-foot widths that call for a minimum, I think, of what? What's the minimum lot size? 6,000. Pretty good sized lot sizes. So this really may not fit what's there as well. Because we were, we got this aversion to these zones, which in there would be, well, the C1 I know never happened. Maybe the C4 fours happen someplace, and there's a 4-story. But I guess the point.
Yeah, there's a 4-story. Yeah, there is a 4-story.
There's one 4-story, I think, on the side, so, you know, the depths, and then I think there's like a twin zone that we've got. Wow. There's one part of this which says that at the back of the property, there's one of them, the rest of them is split zone or something, that it's sort of complicated, so I think we need to kind of talk through this a bit before, you know. The C3, I'm sorry, the C3 zone for the initial, so we're going from what, you know, we're going from the C1 all up and down. Bloomfield Avenue, the recommendation would go to a CB, now it's a C3, but even the dimension, the minimum dimensions of the C3 still don't fit the properties that are there. So it's not, the only people who can build in the C3s unless they variance. They saw a lot of properties on 60 feet wide, and then they're smaller than the average size.
Who's in park?
You can't park them as well, that's a whole nother aspect of it. So
what are you saying? You can't park.
Wait, but
Why I'm not.
well, I think what's going on, the neighbors are, you know, what's happening in the neighborhood is that people are taking our properties and they're causing the damage with the properties that are in our zone, R2 zone. They're taking these simple houses and building those out in the R zone. That's the casualty. That's what's happening. The damage isn't being done in C1. So we're stressing out about what's happening with C1, but so.
Tony, question, could there be a situation, I'm genuinely asking, right? Wasn't the Eagle Lounge combined with another building and then he was able to build bigger? Because they were then able to park the larger structure, right? Couldn't they combine, I'm trying to remember, it's been a little while,
Or the one on the corner of Willow.
right?
Yeah.
That was really deep, right? But could they potentially, I know there's more shallow lots, but could there be a potential situation where you buy a couple of these lots and put them together and build something 6 stories?
Probably
could, right? And a lot of
the C1 depths, you know, when you think about having to drive in, do a ramp, circular, you need a pretty good size depth, and I think that the C1 depths, well, it's less than 100 feet. I think they're not very deep blocks that go into them back to C1.
But we've seen some applications that have squeezed in quite a bit, right? That didn't really feel like they necessarily fit the lot, right? But they were designed well enough where they could get approval.
I suppose it does.
So I do it. No, understood, but nothing happens until it does, right? And I think we should prepare for. We should still prepare for it in case, because especially next to an R2, right? You could have this monstrosity next to a transitional zone. So that's all I'm saying.
This has already been factored in by the
Yeah.
council, and the
Yeah.
council has already introduced.
Okay, and that's
it
fair.
passed
That's
6
right.
to 1.
That's
So
right.
This vote is what discussion is really about the project.
Right.
Planning board, it needs to give advice, and like it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, if we're having the discussion about the master plan, it's going to mean something.
Yeah.
And at least try to make it mean something. So there's a shop on fire and without that, like it's, you know, that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Right.
Right. I mean, 61. You know.
I'd like to ask a question. So even though, you know, this meets criteria, I am convinced that the negative criteria outweighs the criteria that it meets, and I can tell why. Then is that the situation? Because I know sometimes I don't know when, right? You'd say the negative criteria outweighs the criteria. So therefore, I'm going to vote no because of boom, boom, boom. Is that here? Or that's something different? That's something different. Can you explain to me when you would use that? When would you use the negative criteria?
That's the analysis for variance.
Okay.
Positive criteria and negative.
Oh. So I couldn't use that.
This doesn't. This is completely separate.
Oh, thank you.
You can decide whatever you like. I mean, or whatever.
No, I'm just trying to find out, you know, when you, so you're not really given an option if it's like that. You know what I'm saying? That's
Well,
what I'm
it's
trying to find out.
for-
Are there options?
There are. It's on its face, it's a yes, no question, but
Right.
we don't have to stick to that. You know, in the past, we've said it's generally consistent, or like we just did half an hour ago, it's not inconsistent with. So it's not a yes or no. And then the other part of the requirements, the options the planning board has is we can make that determination for consistency and then provide any other recommendations we would like to the council. That's the other option we have. And
Including the fact that they should move forward quickly and like with the re-examination. And because once they do that, the master plan, then that might change the whole thing.
but that's not gonna happen until at least November.
I
right?
know.
So the council probably will act sooner than that, but I think, you know, to Tony's point and a couple other members of this body, I think one of the recommendations should be that the property owners get notice regardless
Absolutely.
of,
Oh, for sure.
you know, what the law requires,
Yeah,
but I think
yeah.
that is a recommendation
Yeah.
that I'm hearing from this body to the council. And,
Yeah.
you know, the council can do what the council wants with that recommendation. But I think it's, yeah, I mean, it sounds like you are, but I feel like
But
we
it
wanna
doesn't-
put that in
doesn't-
writing.
for Every time we make a change to the zoning ordinance, you know, increasing lot size, we do not notify the property if it's
Sure.
going to change.
And I think, you know, I think we'll have a separate, you know, maybe Mr. Dees will look into
We will look into it.
the details and, you know, maybe we have a further discussion on it, but I think one of the purposes here.
Yeah, yeah. that's what we're talking
We are.
about, not trying
I
to
thought
figure
there was
out.
some agreement.
That is a very important thing to do now.
Well, we have 45 days.
Yeah, we had a situation,
Again,
yep,
one-
where we had a building, where you had to sort of. That was on the side, yeah, on the side street, and we have
Yeah.
a plan that has never been implemented because it's bad. plan.
Correct,
And we were trying to correct.
correct.
So is this any question among the board right now that we should be correcting that? I don't hear that. Yes, I have concern that it shouldn't be corrected now because I don't believe that it's in the best interest of that neighborhood for it to stay where it is. No, I mean, no, I'm talking about corrected, I mean, to this. That we have a new two-family neighborhood. Right. Which were being squeezed. And attacked. And we were very concerned about it as it happened. And we wanted to prevent it happening to the rest of the neighborhood. We said, this is a bad plan that never really did take. Correct. Because it was a bad plan.
Right.
And we did this to change that and correct it. And now I think we've talked for a long time and I'm wondering if we still agree that we should be doing this. Yes, I think that. Then let's do it. That's
Yeah.
my problem. Your
Well-
question is, and I respect that, your question is a little different from mine, because it's not whether they should be R2, they definitely should be. But so more consistent with that would be the C3, because they're trying to bring it down so that it all merges into one thing for better sight lines and for a lot of other things. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how to do that. It's not, if there's any question about what you're talking about, that's 100%.
If I could maybe address your question, Ms. Willis. I think this body agreed that the rescission of the Elm New Mission Street redevelopment plan was appropriate.
Yeah.
I think what we're talking about here is what replaces it, right? We have to have zoning that will replace that plan. And the question is, you know, if we do nothing per se, or if the council does nothing, it becomes, I believe, C1, right, Ms. Tally?
Yeah.
So it would become C1.
This would be.
Well, if the council simply rescinded the plan, it would become C1.
But we said here what we wanted it to be. That's what I'm confused.
Correct. So we spent
So
time.
it's not going to be C1 because we have already said it's going to be. But it went back to the council and the council had a difference. And so it's that. Here.
Correct. We said CD was our recommendation. And the council decided and introduced an ordinance that said C3 instead of the CD that we recommended. So now it's back to the planning board to evaluate the C3.
And I was asking them though, why were they bringing it back to the planning board? Because they're already hell bent on they want this to be C3, because, Counselor Harrison and Counselor Toler had a very thought out their opinion, right? And so there was like, some of the council people were with that, and some were like, but then they came back here. So I don't understand like bounce.
That has to come back here
They
because
have
it's
to.
significantly different from what was.
Yes.
But so if it goes back to them, right, and they vote to have the C3, then what?
Then it's C3.
It's going to pass. Look,
So it's just going
why
like
don't-
this because
can
it
we
has
say
to.
something like this? It's just the truth, which is that this does not conform with the master plan. However, it does substantively conform with the planning board's vision of the rescission with the new zoning thing.
Yeah, I'm not so certain we have to say it doesn't. I think people would be justified to vote that it does conform, considering that it's it's a transition into that R2 zone, the rescission, and then the C3 zone. I don't see that as necessarily being inconsistent. I get.
So how do
I
you
get
say
the-
that?
Would you have any value to?
Is it technically?
I like to kick because I have to try to think.
Yeah, I understand.
You can't
I think
be
what we want is
intellectually
what
honest. Come on.
I don't know. I think
If the board is having these kinds of.
a 6-story building in that zone is inconsistent, so the change, right, but the change is still, we've been recommending, C4 forever, right?
I'm not
So
sure if we have.
going down to C3, I don't
I've
know.
got some suggestions on how to
I
make
mean,
it better.
technically, is it inconsistent? Sure. But I think in the spirit, if you're talking about the spirit of the master plan, I don't know that it's.
So you can't say that. That's
Yeah,
what
I don't know that it is, yeah.
More minutes is just getting ideas.
I was just because we are still recording, even though we don't have our own microphone. So
Yeah,
we just need to make sure it's one person at a time. I don't know
yeah, sorry.
if you all want to finish that. 'Cause
I was just gonna say, I don't know, maybe, I think we've kind of come to, and Eric's okay with me, Councilor Demoto's okay with me saying, it may not be inconsistent with the spirit of the master plan, which has been advocating for lower, heights in the.
That's fine.
Yeah,
It's technically, it is
in
on
the C
paper,
zone,
it's,
in C1,
it
yeah.
is objectively or technically.
Technically, it's inconsistent. I think it
inconsistent, but
conforms to the
consistent with
spirit of the
I
master
like
plan.
that.
That's
I
fine.
could go with the
That's okay,
spirit.
when you say that.
It's the truth, more or less, except for the transit.
Okay, Mr. Ian Wally had.
But they're not saying
something.
maximize
Yeah,
density, right? They're saying they want more density. They don't
If
say.
you look at page 4.
Yeah.
So the C3 that's on the corner of Elm and Bloomfield Avenue has no R2 around it. That's the gas station. There's C1 across from it. It's also going to be across from a highly developed, Lackawanna Plaza. So, and that's a really deep property that, could sustain more development than C3. Again, it doesn't.
One,
It's on the corner, it's the larger property that's on the
the
corner.
Firestone?
Yes,
Firestone.
yeah, and everything else that's there, my point is that C3, those lots don't apply R2. It's also across from the C1, across Elm, and it's across Bloomfield Avenue from the new Lackawanna development plan, which will be 310. So that corner, with the intensity of Lackawanna, C1 across, and the fact that this corner that C3 is not adjacent to R2, I would argue that that could be denser. And maybe these, which are closer to the R2, these C3s could stay that way. That way, out of this, yeah, that way could be denser based on a major.
That's right next to
corner.
the.
Yeah, it's next to Bullock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not nowhere near an R2, and it's consistent with
Yeah.
what else might happen around it.
I don't disagree with that.
And I think they were moving, trying to move down the street to get a street gate going all the way down, which would be very consistent
So,
with the.
Tony, you would recommend.
I'm sorry, Jan.
Tony, you would recommend putting that block of properties at the corner of Elm and Bloomfield in the proposed CD zone, which is 4.
Or it could be C1, the C1 right across the street on that, in that corner, that could remain C1. If you got Lackawanna, which will be, so I guess my feeling is
We want it more dense by the school though. We
No,
wanted
that
that,
was
that
the
dense by
problem.
the school, right?
No.
I don't think you'd want to.
And by the entrance to the school, which is the death trap, and then you got Glenridge, you have the pre-K right on the corner of that block.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of schools with little kids.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
there
and
a
the entrance to
C2?
the school is right there in the middle of that.
Right, yeah.
C2.
Is there a
Sorry.
C2?
Blood all over.
C2 is the one
that's driveway.
Okay, so we don't have C2 down here.
Right.
To the back.
Yeah, it's the entrance.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not the entrance, that's just a driveway.
No,
But they
drop
line up
off,
there.
drop off
There was
there.
testimony that they line up there. The cars.
They do.
Yeah.
Morning is always backlog and a line.
Right, the kids go in that
And then
side.
it goes down to the other corner, which has a pre-K with a
I don't know,
kid 2
where's
and
the-
3, right on the corner.
That's at Washington Street, right?
No, I'm talking about Maple Ave and
Oh, that
Bloomfield,
one,
right?
yes,
That
okay,
one,
yeah,
right? There's so many schools with little kids in that area.
I thought that corner could be answered because what do you think about the school?
Yeah, that's fair, but yeah, I think we
Yeah,
should be careful with
In
this.
a way that we're not under, my master plan. But in a way, I think you have. Not the word, but the spirit, or you said that, you said it, the spirit.
I was
And
borrowing the
that
council
is
boards from
right
earlier,
here
but,
between the two.
I mean, I'm still struggling
Yeah,
because the
between
master
the two
plan,
of you.
the master plan's cornerstone.
What we-
Transit oriented development, and so this down zoning right here, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Right.
I'm just saying it's not in conformity with the plan, which is fine, if we just say it's not in conformity. Council's still gonna do it, but it's true.
We don't have to agree. We can give
Right.
our separate recommendations. Say one
Okay.
counselor felt this, one counselor,
Oh,
one
yeah.
board
You know
member
what,
felt
I
that.
think a good way of saying
I'm feeling
this
the
is
spirit.
because quite often there's inconsistencies in the
Thank
master
you.
plan. The master plan promotes transit-oriented development. Master plan promotes neighborhood preservation.
And it doesn't say maximize
And so
transit
sometimes
density, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay.
transit-oriented development conflicts with neighborhood preservation. So we could say
But
that.
it explicitly does.
Wait,
say-
I wanna hear what you're saying, cause I'm
Yeah.
hearing
So
that.
I'm just saying that the planning board was conflicted about the consistency.
yes,
between the-
Okay.
great way to put it.
Okay.
Good,
Great way to put it.
Pleasantly,
very good. Excellent.
not acrimonious.
At 11
Yeah.
o'clock. 11 o'clock, I can't-
There's one more, yeah.
Oh,
Right.
I'm
Oh,
ready
yeah,
for
please.
one more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait, but what do we have to do to resolve this, to wrap this up? What do we
Say
put,
what
how do
you
we put a
just
bow on
said.
this?
Well, I think what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna take what you said, we prepare a resolution for the next meeting, which is on, the 27th. And, okay, so you'll have a resolution, and we can make sure we agree with it and get it to the council, and I think the council's scheduling the public hearing on March 5th.
So that'll work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bravo.
Maybe- Okay.
Way to go, Jen.
Okay,
I'm gonna
Well done,
send
I'll
you
back it.
done.
comments too, just.
fine.
Yeah,
That way,
I
I just
know.
wanna get the resolution back to the planning board. at the
Yeah.
next meeting.
Yeah.
Well done.
I think it's good.
Okay?
We're not gonna vote on it right now. We're gonna get a draft resolution that we can discuss at the next meeting. And then we'll vote at the next meeting.
Yeah.
45 days.
We're still okay.
Okay.
Correct.
Good work, team. Oh, this is a nice team.
All right, moving on. We have our council referral for an area need of rehabilitation study for 14 Miller Street.
This should be very quick.
Oh, those are the
I'd like to
ones.
make a motion to
Janice,
move
you had to say.
this.
We purchased this property and we've been trying to sell it for affordable housing. In order to prepare an RFP, with the options that we want, our attorney said you need to do a redevelopment plan. So this is a perfect example of an area in need of rehabilitation. We've done scattered site redevelopment plans that call for, properties to be rehabilitated, and affordable housing. So this was affordable housing. So essentially, it does meet the criteria for an area in need of rehabilitation. Daniel here did the research. That the utilities are more than 15 years old and are in need of repair, which is a situation on this property. So I think it's a very simple decision whether or not you recommend to the council with the piece of area in need of rehabilitation.
I'd like to make a motion that we vote on the, yes, on it.
I have one question. What is the benefit? Like, as opposed to the township just doing, they bought it.
We can't, we have to sell it to the highest bidder
If what?
if we don't do it for redevelopment.
And that could be too, they turn it into market housing.
Yeah, we want to
You can't
have,
put controls
we
on.
want to
the
put control, we
use.
want to do it.
That's all I'm
through
asking. So the
RFP
rehabilitation
process.
plan allows you to put controls on. the use.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I made a motion that we accept it. Is the second? Or is it what? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I mean, I
Sorry.
well, I was gonna say, I disagree, but
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh, okay. So I like to hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm fine if the board votes.
No, I
against,
want to hear you. It's important to
It's
me.
just for me, and I appreciate the intent of doing this. I'm on board with that. I don't think, to me personally, that I can say that just because something is, has old infrastructure, that, well, I didn't see that Mr. Primavera said it was in need of repair. He said, well, it's 100 years old, so yeah, it probably has to be in need of repair. But didn't really make that. So to me, it doesn't qualify for that reason. And I also think that, well, the whole township could qualify under this, and I'm not really sure that's what we're supposed to be doing.
There are municipalities, situations where they.
They just did the whole
They did the
township?
whole town. It's not unheard of.
Okay.
Because this doesn't give the rights of any pilots. Basically, it just gives you the opportunity.
I'm not even looking at it from that.
I know, you're very technical.
I am being very
But I
technical
like
on
that
this, as
about
much
it.
as I agree with
Yeah.
why.
I like that about it.
Give me a
Apparently
best
not.
argument for why, why is it dilapidated? What do you have?
Well, we had some, frozen pipes that have burst.
Oh,
Because
yeah. There you go.
it's in a right now it's in a serious state of disrepair.
Yeah.
When I did my visit, to try, it's a 3-family house and, the rooms are very awkward. It's not a good.
You mean that the level, like it's settled and
Yeah, the
the
way that
rooms
they're
are,
divvied up, you have some rooms with no windows, and it's not good housing.
yeah,
It's not good housing. I think we could do much better
yeah.
and make it historically.
Now you're speaking my language, Janice.
I know it's the Miller Street Historic District. We can do it.
No, I think the burst pipes and the no windows in the rooms is a problem.
Let me recognize Mr. Seymour.
So, the town just didn't put deed restrictions on the sale, and just, so that articulate that, the deed restriction, and here are the.
I can't tell you, this is what our legal counsel, our counsel told me, that Janice, you can't do an RFP for this, you can only, you have to.
Formulate the deed restrictions and then
You
do it.
can't choose the new owner.
But we don't really want to choose the design, we want to choose how this is structured.
I think the
Choose
first,
is better architecturally.
And we
with
can
the
also,
profit.
put up parameters for what kind of affordable housing you want this to be.
Right?
Yes.
I'd like to have that option.
Well, that can't be articulated in the deed restrictions from the property. I mean, what do you have to do through the whole process? If there's an intent to do something, articulate what the parameters are for the sale, and then that's important too.
That's not a conversation for me. Our secretary said, Janice, you can't do this, you have to do, this is the direction we were told to go. That's all I can.
And I don't know any more of that.
Are there other single site?
Yes, we have scattered site redevelopment programs. Many towns do that. It's quite common, and that gives the township a lot more flexibility when they go out, to negotiate with buyers about how to structure it.
So the mayor made a motion, and I think it was seconded and thirded.
yeah, you locked yourself in.
Yeah, so I think we had our discussion, so, you wanna,
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Well,
All right.
it's not
We
Nate
have to
yet.
do
One-
roll
one at a
call.
time.
Roll call.
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Councilor Baskerville.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, that was fine. Yeah.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah.
Councilor D'Amato.
No.
Ms. Gaines, abstain. Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Ian.
I can't get from the law, I can't see how it meets the definition of no.
Ms. Phillips. Yes. Ms. Waller. Yes. And Chair Brodock.
No.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses and 3 noes. So it passes.
All right. Do we have any committee reports?
No.
Okay, great. Do we have bills?
I didn't see any bills.
No, I
Yeah.
do the bills. It was a little busy.
That's okay.
The attorney, we may not have an attorney next week.
And in that case,
11 o'clock.
I would move to adjourn.
Second.
All those.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.